Best action movies.
Let somebody break that. I don't know what the fuck they said. Yes. Where's Jamie 6? Oh, differentiate. Okay. Gosh. That was so funny. Yo, dog. Yeah, she'd be like, oh, hey, dog. Somebody would be like, yeah, Rabbi, no one gives a shit about you. Uh, what about condoms? Like, calm down. We'll get to push back. Anyway, this one time I was cashing a check at Walmart. This wasn't that long ago. This was like, I don't know, a year ago or within the last year or something like that. And I am bathed in like months, and I showered, nothing. And then I walked in, and I had to wait in line. So I waited in line, and I waited and waited and waited, and then I get to the lady, or the clerk or whatever, it was the customer service desk. Then I go and I give her the check to cash, and she verifies it or whatever. And all these employees start kind of coming up to me where I was. And then the environmental services person comes up, and she goes, something stinks in here. And I almost fucking lost it. I was laughing so hard. I was like, shit, something stinks. Don't you smell that? All these people are like, don't you smell that? Don't you smell that? Really? Oh, my mom has this fucking story. What was it? Well, anyways, when we like, something stinks in here, something stinks in here. And and fortunately, I got that check and got the fuck out of there. But yeah, and on my way out, this lady's like, I love your outfit. I'm like, thanks, lady. Really, yeah, no. I love your look or something like that. Like, you rock, lady. Anyway, my mom has this story, allegedly, where, perhaps, um, was it my mom or a friend? We'll say face and say it's my mom's friend. Anyway, she was working, I think on the third floor, very small. Third floor? Oh, I think I should have worked on the floor. And let's just say, I don't know how my mom would know about this, because her boyfriend, but anyway, someone had to push perhaps, and went in the bathroom and pushed. And my mom's friend came in, Nancy, walks in and said, whatever. He goes in the bathroom and goes, something stinks in here. Something stinks in here. We've got a dead mouse in here. There's a dead mouse in here. And she starts telling some other woman about it, and the other woman's going around, they're going around with some kind of Febreze or Lysol or some shit. And they're all smelling. And my mom's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And like, something's dead in here. There's some kind of mouse that died. Really? Yeah. Like, there's a mouse that died in here. And my mom was just about to burst out into laughter, but she kept it in, pun intended. And then it was some years later. I think my mom told a friend. I think my mom's friend told my mom or something, and then she told on her friend or whatever. Nancy just is on cruise patrol. Really? Yeah. We had several kinds of patrols in our house. What were they? There were flag patrol. What was flag patrol? Whenever a fly would be in our house, literally everyone in the house was just my mom and dad. And we would we'd get like fly swatters, and my dad would get like a newspaper, and we'd all go and try to get the fly. It was like we were hunting like a family. Really, yeah. And my dad used to chase around these flies all the time and get them, and we got them. It's very therapeutic. There's snow patrol. What's snow patrol? Motherfucker, when it snows, my dad goes snow patrol, and I have to go outside and fucking shovel snow, and it was always cold as fuck. And snow, so I didn't shovel. It was really heavy. There's lawn patrol. Really, yeah, I don't remember wrong. What else was that? I think those were the only patrols. What chores did you have at home? When I was a little kid, we didn't call them chores. What was it? Responsibilities or something like that. I don't know. I forget what it was. But I had to, when I was a little kid, I would get $1 a week for taking out the garbage. And on Ironwood was when I started this. And I had to get the garbage from the bathroom, from both bathrooms. Were there 2 bathrooms? Yeah, there were 2 bathrooms. And I had to get from, I think my mom would do it from the kitchen because it was too big. And anywhere else that you guys had trash? My dad's office. I had to get from my dad's office. And he had 2 trash cans in his office. Or they were like recycled members. No one recycled back then. Really? No one in the 80s recycled. Really? No. It wasn't even a thing. I remember when my dad came to me, we were in another house, and he's like, Michael, do you want to recycle? And it was up to me. Like, what do you mean? He's like, they'll give us a barrel for free if we recycle. Do you want to do it? And I was like, oh, okay, I think so. Whatever. And my parents were really good about recycling. They would separate all their newspapers and their glass and their cardboard. My mom was really good about it. And they had so much fucking newspaper for the week. They would have 8 newspapers at least. No, I think maybe 10 newspapers a week. At least. At least. They would have newspapers. Anyways, at the end of your story, no. My parents fucking love newspapers. Really? Do you? Yeah, it's good. Have you ever read back to front an entire newspaper? Did your dad read the whole newspaper? I think so. I think he did. Every Sunday at least. Or your mom would read. She would read the news. I don't know if my dad would read like all the sports scores and stuff. But he definitely read the major sections of every part of the newspaper. Yeah. Is it a good newspaper? Yeah, newspapers used to be much better than they are now. You used to get hard hitting stories like in that little spot like the boxes was. And then it just kind of died off. Why did it die off? These newspapers started getting acquired by bigger newspapers, and then it just became much less, like local and stuff. And it was just, I mean, I even hear how the news is on the radio, and it has changed. Like years ago, they wouldn't it pisses me off actually. Why? If McDonald's has, let's just say, a new sandwich or some shit like the McRib is back, that will make news on the radio, on the news. That isn't news. That is an advertisement, basically. News has become advertising. But um, because they have McDonald's is such a large advertiser that with like other companies and stuff, they'll do what they can to stay in good graces with them. Like if you listen to Mr. Motelli show or whatever, not that label Motelli, all he fucking talks about is Netflix and Disney. Even though Disney doesn't really, they advertise, but Netflix doesn't fucking advertise on KFI. Yet they want to appease these big fucking companies. It's sick. Like what else? Um, anyway, um, what else do they do? Well, it just pisses me off. It really grinds my gears. You know what grinds my gears? Sometimes I lost, but I even use that term on like a way message or something, or on your Facebook message or something. You know what grinds my gears? Maybe I'll move that is a reference to. Yeah, that one that was fucking hilarious. What else grinds your gears, Rabbi? Um, like, well, it has a lot to do with celebrity culture. That they, well, like, I don't know, Taylor Swift, whatever her personal life is her personal life. That's not news, but it's on like ESPN and stuff. I mean, I don't know. I'm not, I don't understand it. It's somewhat relevant, but that's not that big. Okay, here's one. She has this Eras tour. That's fucking super huge. She hasn't advertised on KFI for that. Maybe a little, but she's big in music and I heard it. But all they do is fucking talk about that. What else? Did I mention the group back? Anyway, Eric would be. Anyway, I don't know how it goes back. What is it? Did pork? So we're not allowed to have it. So, have you ever had one? I have no idea what it's like. They make a product on it like someday. And it's a sauce and it's got pickles. I can't believe how expensive the chickens are. Holy fuck. $4.29 for a chicken? That's ridiculous. What else? Um, well, I'm shocked that I'm fucking shocked. I would just say this. I'm so proud of Suzanne and Jose for being able to continue their business. And it seems to be somewhat successful. I mean, I am fucking shocked. Like, nothing in the world surprises me more as a fact, aside from us being very tragic, aside from that, because they had no money. What do you think had to happen I don't know if Bob's still alive. Bob died. He was giving all of his. So I have to clarify something about the business. I made it sound like they were gonna trick an old man into him giving, into them signing over his property. It wasn't like that. I want to clarify. Though it kind of was. Um, Jose was like Bob's adopted son. They were very close. They had like worked in a business together, and so Bob was going to give Jose all of his belongings when he died. And so Jose would have gotten that property anyway. It was just basically, it wasn't quite yet the right time to sell it. Really, yeah. Man, I love that job. What did you like about it? Um, I would say the freedom. I mean, it wasn't that free. I had to be there a lot, but my life was free. I don't know. It wasn't. My life was very rigid. I shouldn't say freedom, but I loved the routine of it. But it was very stressful. Who else worked there? This guy named JC was a Castaneda. Was he cool? He was really cool. He was their best employee. Um, but I would say so. He worked a lot. He would work crazy hours. And then he got a major raise. He got a raise of 35 to $35 an hour or something, which is way more than anybody else is making, including the owners of the business, including myself. Which bad. So what did you do? Which one? You gotta take a shit. I do have to take a shit. I have to shit. Anything else that you want to say? Did you like JC? Yeah, I like JC a lot. Which one? Was there anything you didn't like about JC? Nope. Nope. I liked him a lot. I liked all the people there. But I like JC a lot. He um, was he great? He was, uh, he was a good boy. Then they had Corey. I forgot Corey. Corey was kind of being molded into being a manager. They had switched up, and I think he moved into, sales rep or something like that. They had some other person too. But I'm just like, good for them. I was somewhat sad to see Rabbi wasn't there. But I don't know how he could have been. I mean, he wasn't making too much money. Oh, shit. I don't know. Speaking of, it's close to expensive and I'm people over the house. What was so great about the bathroom was that I used to spend all the time there. Why? Remember that I didn't? I was on camera anywhere else, and I didn't want them to know when I was in audience. When I was up with the position for other places and stuff, because the camera's right behind me. You can see what's going on as well. So I would do went to I would go to the bathroom. I'm just sitting in the toilet. Really fly. There's another bathroom across this street we call it. King Street. King Street. Um, and that bathroom had a shower in it. And it would be this little. And then there was, I think, it could be another bathroom. No, it was one. Yeah, it was people got their team on. Went there. And I remember looking at, they used to have a really cool room to the people. And I remember one time I think I left the air conditioning on over the weekend or something. And I came in and they were like, make sure to shut off the air conditioning because I would keep it really cold. Really? Yeah. Martine would always come and come home because so good in there. So it was like really hot everywhere. We worked right on, I don't know if it was the Santa Ana up there. Or it was something like that. It was like something along but we never did anything, something like I wouldn't even have known it. It was there if I'd never lived in that big place. Probably, probably, that's why I don't listen to it. So, are you done? Yeah, did you take a shit? It's not. picoftheday. I'm sure. I've never seen this. After that, we will Even this one. What is that saying? I pay just to smell your fart. Really? There's something like that. Which perhaps I chased one of her farts 4 miles and strong him just for the She was a little like my mom. If my mom were a little hotter, not my mom. Weird. What is funny? I dragged my balls through a pile of broken glass just to hear her fart through my guitar. Man, I dragged my balls through a mile of broken glass just to hear her fart through a walkie-talkie. I caused 1,000 miles of broken glass just like the cock of the last guy. That's a mug. I go through a messy divorce and lose the house and touch each other. I dragged my nuts through a mile of broken glass just to drink her bath water. I'd eat a mile of this shit just to see where it came from. I would eat an entire can of baked beans out of her asshole. I'd suck her dad's dick just to get a taste of the recipe. I'd lick her ass very strong. Flossing, I said. I would smash the fucking granny out of that. It was all I could do. It was really hard. She was the kind of girl who made your X chromosome turn around and shake hands with your Y chromosome and trust the baby or not. She put my dick in a wheelchair. She got legs that go all the way down. I'd let her shit on my chest just to see where it came from. Sweeter than plated yams and with extra syrup. Gonna go with one or did. I'd like to bite her ass and get lockjaw. Took her ass to be good. Never mean. What is this for? I came here, I was gonna fuck my too short. I needed to. But yeah. Uh, She's beautiful. Yeah. Yo, she's like, what's new now? Some of us will be like, shut up, yo. Yeah, Rabbi, when you gonna tell us about cum dumpster? Like, oh, yeah, that's just a minute. We'll get there. Anyway, yo, she's like, tell us about your dream. I'm like, oh, the dream. My friend Danny and I were walking through the yard of the um, school, and I saw a turtle or a tortoise or something. Then I saw a bigger one, and then a bigger one, and then he saw, I think, a raccoon, and I saw a possum or possum, whatever the fuck it is. And uh, Danny's like, dude, let's let's bring these animals into the school. So we brought in the raccoon and the possum, and they were just running around the school. And what were they doing? They were just running around. And what'd you do? Um, we we ran around the these things were running around the school, and the teachers were like, "What in the fuck? Why are there animals in the school?" And we were like, "I don't know. We just brought them up." But we had already graduated, so they couldn't like give us detention or anything, and they're just like, "Look, get these fucking animals out." And I think we had. It reminded me of fucking Forrest Gump or something because we took a broom and scared off the raccoon off the out of the hallway and we ran outside and then we fucking found this possum and we got it out of the school as well and then I awoke. Really? Yeah. It reminds me of the story that I had from high school though. What is it? Um we had all these stories when I was in high school. It was like I don't know, high school was boring. I mean we were learning a lot, but it was difficult and we were always looking to manage our post. Anyway, but what's our religion? Who would you? I want to have three really good coaches. Anyway, they're like both super high. Anyway, um, at a point of COVID, did this fucking Sports Illustrated um, shoot, I think, back in the day. think it was a Thursday. Anyway, she had this tennis ball in her shorts. Oh my god, you drove me crazy. Really? Yeah. Every guy back then was pissed off she was dating Sergey Fedorov. It's Sergey or Sergey. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, shout out to Sergey, Grin, and the other guy that was really good. Anyway, that's the end of the story. No, so we had in high school, we got to go, what was this house called? The Robinson House, the Russell House, the Reynolds House, it was something like that. Basically, this like doctor had lived on this property. It was very like on our school property. So what our school didn't own this part of the property, but eventually they bought the whole block. They bought the Ernestine Grafton's house. Talked about her, she died earlier this year. R.I.P. baby. And we what did you do? We did something. All right, so I've got to tell a little bit of a bit in this story, but anyway, why? So we would what would you do? We would we would have class, and then we'd have what was called TRILLIONAIRE, which was an interesting class, and I've never heard of any other kind of school having this kind of class. What was it supposed to be? It was supposed to be a discussion. It's basically like book club. It was like a book club, but basically you would go in and they'd also mix it with history as well. Um, we learned, let's see here. So we were there for our junior and senior years, I think. I think only juniors and seniors were allowed in this one part of this. It wasn't part of the school. Basically, this doctor had died, or a lawyer or something, who had this ranch style house. It had a Greek fret ranch style house, and um, it was it wasn't really remodeled, but they took out all of the. It definitely was remodeled. They took out all of the um, they took out all of the furniture, and they what else did they do? They took out all of the furniture and um, put in like chairs. They were just a bunch of chairs and like desks and things, or not desks, but like tables. First time we ever went into that house, I remember this changed my life. We had this one teacher. I never had it. She was what was her name? They just called her Frau. Why? Because that means miss, and it's like a term of endearment in um, what do you call it? For a teacher, you call a teacher that in German. So she taught German. So everybody called her Frau. But I didn't take German. I had Professor, Dr. Mooney. Anyway, because he was Spanish. Anyway, so we were, I want to say sophomores, and they were going to teach us how to get scholarships and how to and like apply this to jobs or to schools. This school literally did not. They had very smart students, but did not prepare students well for. I shouldn't say. Here's the thing: they didn't prepare students well to get into schools. There were no SAT prep. There was no ACT prep. There was no like the classes weren't based on like what you would necessarily take in college. However, I can tell you this: I was able to go through multiple universities, very good, very prestigious universities, and never really had to study. And there's law school and everything like that. You could ask my friends. I was able to party every fucking night. I mean, like, I hate to say it, I've said this before, but like, when they made Andy Dwyer, that character on The Office, like, when I saw this, I was like, holy shit, that hit close to home. They called him Buzz, like, yeah, whatever his nickname was. What was it? Andy Dwyer. No, Andy Dwyer's in that other show. Andy Bernard. Andy Dwyer's a fun character. Maybe do a lot like that character. Andy Bernard. You, me, Bart, Buzz, Green, Shaq, reaches his high Cornell Hospital slaughter. Then it is that. um, no, I was like other things. They told me about. Yeah, what was this? This is how it was in college.
$1 that I used to get no kid ever. My nickname was Puke. I would chug a fifth of SoCo, sneak into a frat party, polish off a few people's empties, brewskis, some jello shots, do some body shots off myself, pass out, wake up the next morning, mood, rally, more SoCo, head to class. Probably would have gotten expelled if I'd let it affect my grades, but I aced all my courses. They called me Ace. It was totally awesome. Got straight B's. They called me Buzz. Meredith, have you ever used...
Really? It was like, he says something like, although this is for Cornell, this is how I look at the university. Really? Yeah.
Big Tuna is a super ambitious guy. You know, cut your throat to get
Like,
ahead.
this is,
guy,
they made this character for real. Like, yeah, so. I know it was made for some kid from Dartmouth, but.
Ever heard of it? I graduated in 4 years and never studied once. I was drunk the whole time. And I sang in the acapella group. Here comes the treble. What is the capital of Maine? Capital of Maine is Vermont, which is near because of New York. For school-based competitions. Kidding? I started the Maine Frisbee Golf Club in Cornell, where I went to college. I lived to golf. How are you, fellas? That's funny. Take that sweatshirt off!
Anyway, I don't like Cornell much about that, but that's what he says. Really? He's like, I didn't study once. I got really drank all the time. Really? Did you ever have to study? Truthfully, I graduated with a 3.33333 GPA, and was that good? That was better than most people, I would say. But I would have never thought I would have graduated, period, from there. Let alone with, I mean, that was a good GPA. It was better than GPA than I ever had in high school. Really? Oh, for sure. I never had a 3.333. So I can tell you, like, my high school was more difficult. The kids with whom I went to school were they smarter at university, or they smarter in high school? I mean, a lot of kids went to university. I would say that the kids in high school were on par with all the kids with whom I went to university. And were they smarter, dumber? I mean, they were basically the same. Some kids were really smart at university. Some kids were it just, I would say there were more kids at the university, so it could, there were opportunities for kids to be smarter. But if you just took, we had 13 boys in our class, something like that, and Were they all smart? No. I mean, but they all, I think, could have gotten into, I shouldn't say gotten into university, they all could have gotten into university. However, they all could have been successful in university. Really, if they tried, the university wanted you to graduate. And so that was really a positive thing about the university. Law school, they did not want you to graduate. Really, no. They, they really had a fucked up system in law school. What about at Hoosierville? Did they want you to graduate? Yeah, I would say so. And but not like at the university. What I think it's Harvard, Yale, and University have the highest graduation rate or something like that. They're very all on par with each other. And also Harvard, Yale, and University are all the top um, dream schools for parents. And it's like, well, why isn't the university considered like a top 5 school? Why is it top 20? Because it goes against a lot of mainstream thinking. Like it's pretty behind when it comes to future perhaps. Like it's very conservative. Please, in fact, and I mean this is a legitimate. They closed down this fucking door. Who's the one that and um, but when COVID hit, whatever the fuck that was, Zom guys would not have followed protocols. They would really. They wouldn't follow protocol? No. In fact, why? Anything that you said, you guys are not. And it's just a way to coach it. So what happens to it? It closed itself. They made it what's called a surge, a transition, like a surge fund. Why? Well, I wanted to live in, even though I'm glad I didn't live in heaven, because my 3.3333 probably wasn't plugged in. I would have gotten kicked out. But I remember my friend Phil was like, he had gotten into university and he had the opportunity to say what he wanted to do in his own, basically. And he said, he asked me what one would I have chosen. And I said, yeah, especially because I passed what was he eventually was president. Really? Yeah. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. So we were in, we had this, it was high school. We had this, like I've said it before, I'll say it again. There was this time in Army where there'd be a football game that weekend, and it'd be a home game, and I just remember how excited I would be. Um, but I also remember, like, the football season and stuff really hurt my grades because we would go out to dinner on Friday night or something, like right after we go to University Club or something, and then I have to be out at the tailgate craft, and I had to be there. And then all I had was Sunday to do any studying. Like it was a pain in the ass. And usually we had people in our house like who were visiting or whatever, friends and stuff like that. So I couldn't really do that much studying. It really hurt me. He's gracious to do it. Anyway, you at the end of your show? No, so we were in this was we were in so there was this house, it was like a ranch style house. Describe the house. Um there was a garage that we weren't ever in which we were never allowed, but they would eventually renovate it and put white carpeting in there. And we used to be able to go on there. Sometimes it was weird. I remember having a conversation with my friends in there about eating a girl out. Really, yeah. And let's just say he's like, you motherfucker. Like, let's just say I taught him the compliment method. Was that when you're bored, eating a girl out. It's like, what do you do with your tongue? So you just do the alphabet with your tongue. Uh, etc. And that's not the best way to eat a girl out. Do it. And I've said this last year. A girl's body is like an instrument. You gotta learn how to play it. Basically, when you're about to orgasm, all these things. But when you don't know what you're doing and you just want to not get bored of eating a girl out, and you just do the alphabet. And then when you're done with the alphabet, you can just do words and stuff. See if you can pick up what words you're saying. Anyway, you know. So I remember there was that room. Then what was there? There was a kitchen, Muggle Bunch. Was always at this fucking kitchen. Really? Yeah. What did they have in the kitchen? They had all these like glasses and mugs and things that people would have. And it was really good. When we were in junior high, we weren't allowed to have soap in the classroom. We could have, I think, a bottle of water when it got really hot. And that was new. That was like a new thing. But there would be kids who would be like, it's so hot. This school did not have air conditioning but for a couple of years, so it would be really hot in some days. So then we had what else did you do? We had there was like a kitchen because this used to be like someone's house, and it was very, I would say, like the family that lived there was somewhat prominent. I don't know. I just remember it was prominent because they had a sign outside that house that was like whatever it was there, some dude's house, and we used to pass it every day going to school. Anyway, that guy died, and then our school, the organization that owned our school, uh, they bought it. So then what happened? Um, then there was a room where it was like a like would have been their living room. His house was a lot like Karab's house. Not exactly, but kind of. It was like a ranch style house, and then there was like a little patio off of that. Then there was a front room, which was like I guess probably would have been a dining room at some point, or maybe another living room or something. I don't know. And then there's a bathroom there. Then there was a foyer, and then there was there were like bathrooms. Where the bathrooms? There was a master bedroom that would also. So there were 3 classrooms, I think, there, and then there were bedrooms. Well, there were 2 bathrooms. So there were 2 bathrooms in the bathroom. There were 3 bathrooms total in this place, and it was all like very. Um, it was all very retro. This house had to be built in, I don't. Everything was like very 70s, and there was like a okay. So on I guess it would be the western part of the back part of the room of the house was there was a master bedroom in the very back, which looked a lot like the when I see that in The Sopranos, the psychiatrist's office. It looked like that. It had like windows that were kind of high. Anyway, then there was a bathroom and connected to it, and then there was like what would have been just another room. These were, I forget what they're called, like walk-through bathrooms or something, or they're like called like brother sister bathrooms or something. Anyway, but basically you can walk through the bathroom to go to another room, and it's so that people can share a bathroom basically. Then on the eastern side of the building, there was another smaller bedroom, a another bathroom, and then another smaller bedroom. So basically, we would have class as I think juniors and seniors. Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, anyway, we'd have class as juniors or seniors in the um, master bedroom, in the east front room, and then the girls would have class in the east front room had like a big window, and um, then there was a west bathroom as well. Now we as boys, there were 13 boys, but there were 20 girls or something like that. And as I recall, the girls would, I don't know if they had two teachers or one. I think they had two teachers that teach this class, so that each class had like 10 students in it. And so the girls would have class in the back room. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. What happened? So when we were juniors, we had class in the back bedroom. Or maybe it was sophomores. Maybe we started, oh, I think that's right. We started going there as sophomores. I think, yeah. Not, wait, no. We started going there as juniors. Because I initially was self uh, 10th, ninth grade, he named as Mr. Softball. They both were doctors eventually. Mr. Softball was a prosecutor and kind of a JV. So I don't know why people in JV are considered doctors. Anyway, he was, but that was that was sophomore year. So this must have been junior year and senior year. We were in this house, and we would do something in the house. So we would have class in the back bedroom. We had class in the back bedroom. Oh yeah, that's right. We had class in the back bedroom as juniors, and in like the front room with the big window as seniors. And this one, like very rarely, we would get to have class outside when it was nice, but it wasn't really always that nice. But sometimes we get to have class outside. And what would you do? We would read, I don't know what fucking books we read, honestly, to this day. I don't know. Well, no, like early the Odyssey, that's what we read. Oh yeah, we read um, philosophy. That's what we read. So it was really very Socratic. Our teacher, he had gone to University of Chicago, smart guy, but no street smarts. Anyway, um, what would he do? Oh my god, he used to, he used to say like more than any person I've ever met in my entire life. And um, 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 one time he had to give this speech at school, and we would just not listen to his speech. We would just listen to how many ums he would have and compare with each other, like on notes. Like, oh, he said 87 times during that fucking 10-minute speech. He would just use as he used so much. Anyway, my friend Danny was leaving the school, or he was considering it, and I didn't really know. I still remember he would run Division 1A cross country at the university, and I still remember the first day that I was trying to lose weight, and he was trying to get in better shape, and I went over to his house after school, and we went on a run. And it was the first run that really kicked off his career, and we just ran around the block or something like that, or a little more than that. but I went over to his house after school. Anyway, we did something. What did we do? We went and had class outside this one day. Is that what happened? Something like that. We would have class sometimes outside. Yeah, okay. Anyway, and sometimes we would go in the backyard of his house and just hang out, just to be away from the teacher. Well, I shouldn't say just hang out. We'd get a 10-minute break. So this class was 2 hours long, and we would get a break in the middle. Or no, it was more than that. Maybe it was 3 hours. 3 hours, 2 hours, and we got a 10-minute break in the middle. And there's one day we went in the backyard, and let's just say this isn't exactly how it went, but this is how I'm saying it. I'm telling the story, so I get to tell you how it went. And one of the guys is like, "Is that a duck in the backyard?" And we're like, "Yeah, there's a duck in the backyard." So I go and I take off my shirt and wrap this duck in, in my shirt. And I never knew this, but ducks have this like grease on them, like duck grease is a thing, and it had grease all like this. It made the shirt just absolutely black. Anyway, Stitch Fix would be good. Anyway, so then what happened? I want to say we brought it inside, and our teacher was like, "There's a duck. Why is there a duck in our fucking classroom?" We're like, "Well, it was in the backyard." And this duck's just going, and he's like, get that duck out of the classroom. He would always say decorum, which is a really good thing to say when you want kids to listen to you. We didn't necessarily know what decorum meant back then. He was just like decorum, decorum, decorum. And if you ever said anything incorrectly, he would just go decorum. Anyway, so my friend and we put the duck back outside, and I don't know if this duck was injured or something, because ducks normally fly away when you like so that you can't pick them up, but this duck was just sitting in the backyard chilling. Anyway, we used to do all kinds of shit in this house. I've told these stories before. So it was my junior year, and my friends would get in a lot of trouble. I would not. Not to say I didn't do a whole bunch of shit, but I was very good at reading when a teacher was going to give a detention. And in detention, all you did was it was either 15 minutes, 30 minutes, or 45 minutes, or double 45 minutes, which was 2 days of detention. And I think detention was like Tuesdays and Thursdays or something. And you'd have to go into this is a good detention. It doesn't hurt the kid and it sucks. What would you do? You had to go into a classroom, and there was very little on the walls of these classrooms. Everything very little, and like I would teach in other classrooms, and there'd be all kinds of posters and like all kinds of, but it was very plain. The only things that we ever had on our classrooms that I recall were we had a map of Israel, we had a timeline that we made that went around the room for one in 7th grade. We had a map of the United States in another room. But I mean, there was not a whole lot of stuff on the walls of these. Oh, we had Escher, MC Escher paintings. Is that MC Escher? Ice Escher? You see it? MC Escher? That was in the library plan, yeah. Why do they say MC Escher is one of the world's most famous graphic artists? Oh, because this is in his Wikipedia. Yeah, it was MC Escher. Was it? Okay, so he had what? His stuff was really good. Was it Escher? Yeah. I'm not seeing it now. What would he have? He had like this one with stairs. He was really into tessellation. Very good. Geometries. He, he's one of my favorite graphic artists. He's great. Anyway, um, so what else did you have? I mean, there just wasn't a lot on the walls of the school at all. Everything was plain. But oh, so there was nothing at which to look in the classroom. It was just like a plain classroom, and they had a chalkboard there. And the teacher would make kids sit in like a row of kids, or maybe two rows of kids, and they'd put a dot right on the middle of the chalkboard and draw a circle around it. And you would have to sit there with your palms flat on the desk and your feet flat on the desk. You couldn't cough, you couldn't sneeze, you couldn't sniffle. They wanted absolute silence, and you had to stare at the dot. And if you stare at the dot long enough, um, the circle around the dot will go away. Like your peripheral vision will go away. And so you would just stare at a fucking dot on the chalkboard for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or double 45 minutes. And so a lot of times, like the same teachers kind of ran detention. They were generally, did girls have to do detention? Yeah, but they didn't get in trouble as much. But same kind of shit where they just had to sit there and stare. And what did you guys do? So this one time, this teacher, Mr. Kerlak, he was like, be calm, and he would always say that. My friends would get in trouble. My friend Danny was getting in more trouble than I was. And he was like, he was getting fed up with the school, but I never in a million years would have thought he would have left. To this day, I'm still brokenhearted that he left that school. And he did. He left, I think, my junior year between first and second semester. And was it good for him? Yeah, I think it opened him. It was good for me. It made me more independent. And I was never like always with someone else. Because he and I had gone to school since the first day of first grade. And so it made me much more independent. But still, to this day, I feel there's some like feelings of abandonment there to some extent because he didn't come to us. And then what happened? And I remember wondering where he was, and then I called him and asked him what the hell happened to him. Anyway, he would make other friends, and they would become my friends as well. And it gave him a good. Why did he leave that school? He was getting in a lot of trouble, and I think they didn't have the sports. Like he was pretty talented at cross country, and they just didn't have that. We didn't have that as a sport. So then what happened? But he was getting in a lot of trouble at school. I remember that, particularly with these teachers. So then what did you do? Well, my friend Dan. So there was Danny. I thought with him, Danny, Dan Rabbi, and then Dan Lozier. Dan Lozier, a very smart kid. He also went to the University of Chicago. In fact, I traveled back from LA or from California to Pawnee for the Michigan game after I graduated from the university. And I was in law school. And I said to Dan, what are you doing nowadays? I saw him at a CVS pharmacy. He was like, oh, I'm taking a year off to study Chinese or something like that. I was like, I'm in law school right now. And you should be a lawyer. It's something that you should do. And he's a fucking lawyer, big time lawyer nowadays. For whom? I forget whom, but it's like a CIA CIA, what is that? Anyway, and he went to law school. I can tell you because his dad was a lawyer, but I inspired him to go to law school. He's like, wow, you graduated from the university and now you're in law school? Yep. And you came in from California for this game? I'm like, yep. Anyway, his sister was there. What's her name? Sam. Sam went to University of Chicago, but Sam would party in my room with her friend Anna, my friend Phil's sister. They would we'd look after him. Nothing would ever happen to him, but she would come in sometimes to party at the university. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. So this one time, Dan was like, Dan would be like, they'd really like to get on Turtle's nerves, and I would too. And so, and like none of us wanted to fucking. It should have prepared me better for law school, but we used the Socratic method, and so the teacher would. We were learning about Plato and Socrates and Aristotle and Alexander. Okay, so we knew about it. Anyway, so this is what I always remember from that class. Plato, or Socrates taught Plato. Plato taught Aristotle. Aristotle taught Alexander. Yeah, there was like 4 generations of like excellent teachers. Anyway, or at least 3. Anyway, so then what happened? I did something. Oh, these guys were like, dude, you can say anything to these teachers. They said to me personally, you can say anything to these teachers and get away with it. We always get detention, but for some reason they're not giving you detention. Why is it? They probably thought my father would kill me if I got detention. So anyway, they were like, you, you, somehow you always get away with this stuff. So I was like, they're like, they're like, um, like I remember my friends were getting detentions, and I just felt like, well, I want to start getting detentions because we could hang out after school in detention and all these other things. Anyway, so what did I do? I didn't get a detention for this, but they're like, you can say anything to this guy, and somehow he. And I'm like, I bet my friend's like, I think my friend Dan again, I forget which one does. I bet, I bet you can't make a joke about killing his daughter without getting a detention. I was like, oh, I could easily pull that off. Really? Yeah. He had just had a baby with his who also went to the University of Chicago. She had also gone to our high school. And they were like, I bet you can't make a joke about that. I bet you get in trouble for it. And I was like, oh, I'm on for that there. So we were in class and there was like this big roar of like people talking and and I was like, okay, this is my time. Uh, as Turtle goes, decorum, 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 and gets everybody to settle down. I continue to talk, and I was like, man, I said something like, man, we can do anything in this class. I bet this guy doesn't even give a. I don't think I said a curse word, but I said, I bet this guy doesn't even have a care about what we did. I bet I could take this guy's daughter and kill her and put her in a trash bag and throw it in the river and he wouldn't even care. And he just, everybody died down and you could only just hear me continue this fucking stream of threats. And he's like, I just remember him going, decorum. He had this fucking, what was that? What do you call that? Snaggletooth. He had a snaggletooth and his lip would get caught on the kind and he goes, decorum. And and my friend Dan Loesch just was laughing to the point where he was going to shit himself. He was laughing, he was clapping, he was laughing so hard. And the whole class started laughing because they're like, oh my God, I can't believe you pulled that one off. So then they say to me, I was really into this. Like, I kind of, I don't say mainstream this word. I can't say that, but basically, the word badass. Really? Yeah. So what's badass? You're badass. Yeah. But basically, like, when somebody had something cool and said, oh, that's quite, oh, that's badass. And he and so Turtleette came in one day, and again I didn't get a detention for it. I was like, man, I'm gonna get detention, and I never would get detention. So again, I would push teachers very close to giving the detention, but I would never get it. So then what happened? I um I was in the doorway, and Turtleette says to me something like, um, he said something like, he told us what rooms we were going in. So we had these things called reading days, where basically we would need to get caught up on all the reading that we had to do because none of us had time to do it at home a lot of times, either because of sports or because it was just such a huge amount of reading. And he's like, um, Michael, go into the room across the hall, something like that, to read. And I go, badass. And he thought I was calling him a badass. But I was just saying, like, oh, that's cool, badass. Anyway, so he writes me a double 45, which is the most, um, most serious kind of punishment you could get. And aside from being, like, suspended, which didn't really ever happen. I guess it may have, but it wasn't very often that anybody was suspended. In fact, I know no one from my class ever got suspended. Anyway, he's like, oh, and he gets out his fucking detention pad and he writes me a detention for um, saying the word badass. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I should have gotten a detention for that. So I appealed. There was an appeal process, which if you felt a teacher had given you a detention unjustifiably, you could go to the dean of boys or the dean of girls and appeal it. So I remember appealing it to Mr. Stockwell, who'd be Dr. Stockwell, and I was like, look, I said badass. That's saying cool. That's like not a bad thing to say. I was saying like badass because my friends were in that room and I wanted to hang out with them. He's like, yeah, you still can't say that. I was like, oh man, it's not like it's an F word or something like that. So so is that the end of your story? I just so I had a double 45 for that. I got two double 45s my entire life, and I appealed that one and I wasn't able to get it. And then another one, this one I had an arch nemesis girl in my uh, in my class. What's her name? Mary. Why Mary? I don't know. I didn't know much about Mary, um, but she ended up moving down the street from me with her. Like it was weird. Something happened with her family. She had a big family, and her parents moved to Minnesota, and they did not take her. Why? Because they didn't want her to keep her out of school. So they took her out of school. They were going to be there for like 2 years in Minnesota or something like that. And they had family that lived in our neighborhood. So her, um, and this lady taught at our school too. Pretty attractive lady. Anyway, they lived down the street from us. And so we would carpool with Mary sometimes. I don't really remember too much about it. But then Mary and I would kind of just argue like brother and sister, kind of over things. And Mary was just very aggressive, and I was just like, I guess I was aggressive too, and we would just butt heads over things. So anyway, this one day it was my senior year. We had field day. What's field day? Field day is the fucking best day. Where the whole school, we had a fall field day, I think, and a spring field day. So what was it? We were at our school's um, we were at our school's something. We were at our school's something. What were you doing? We were at our school's athletic facility, and basically all like you'll have on your team like maybe a boy senior, a girl senior, a boy junior high kid, girl, a boy junior high boy, a boy junior high person, girl junior high person, a sophomore, sophomore, freshman, and then maybe because seventh and eighth grade were bigger, you'd have like maybe two or three eighth graders and two or three seventh graders, and you'd have a team for a sport, for a sport that you play all day. And you go to different sports, and you would play. We played ultimate frisbee, we played kickball, we played volleyball, we played dodgeball, we played um, what else? Soccer. Those were five. They were like six sports or eight sports or something that we would play. And the thing is, we did not know who was going to be on our team. And the teachers made it so that the teams were really fair. Anyway, and my team won field day over the course of my six. I think we had we had I had 13 opportunities to win field day. We had six in the spring, six in the fall, and then one in the winter. And my team won in winter field day as well. We won. I won field day a lot. How many times did you win? I think at least 3 to 5 times, more than that. I won seventh grade. I won my fall field day, I think, or spring field day. I won winter field day. I won. Um, I think I might have won once in senior year or junior year. Why? Because, and this is the truth. I had glasses and I was chubby, and so nobody thought I was athletic, which is true to some extent. But on that day, I could fucking shine that stuff, and I'd get on. So they I shouldn't say that was because of me, or I was the reason why. It was because they would then put me on a team with really good, really athletic older kids, and I remember my seventh grade year. I was on Kate Hammond's team. She was really athletic. She went to Chelsea. Um, and the thing is, as well, the teachers would play on teams as well. So it was a lot of fun. You got to bond with your teachers. It was a ton of fun. Anyway, so this one time we were we had to clean up after field day as seniors, and we were at the we called it TSAC. It was our school's athletic center, and we had just finished playing all the sports, and I was really tired, and I wanted to drink water and just relax for a second. Now Mary, who, to be honest with you, I don't think was playing sports, was not that she wasn't athletic, but I think she was just maybe not wanting to play. I don't know, she was in period or whatever. She just wasn't as tired as I was. She comes up to me with a garbage bag and says, "Hey, it's time to clean up." And I'm like, "Huh?" And she's like, "Hey, it's now there are a bunch of people around us, and she's choosing me to be her cleanup partner or whatever. She goes, it's time to clean up." And I go, "What do I look like, you bitch?" And she went and told the dean of girls, and I'll never forget. Dr. Spawn comes up. Like, what a name. We had some teachers with some really interesting names. Dr. Spawn, Mr. Pinky, he'd be a doctor, but Mr. Ditz, who was one credit away from being Dr. Ditz. Anybody else? Dr. Mooney. Like, people, but we never made fun of their names. Really? No. Why? We had a lot of respect for them. Was there anybody else? Anyway, sometimes we call Mr. Stuffluck Dr. Mr. Waffle Cock and things like that, but not he didn't really make fun of people's names. Anyway, there was some girl, Cheeseman. There was a Cheeseman girl. Yeah, that we kind of always thought that was funny. Anyway, but this uh, Dr. Spawn comes fucking right up. Now, I had generally a pretty good relationship with Dr. Spawn. She was smart. I remember asking her a question once in ninth grade biology about snakes. Sea snakes. How do sea snakes breathe? And she said they would go and get air at at the on the surface of the water and then take it in, and they had like a big like gulp of air. And she also told me all sea snakes are um, poisonous. Anyway, or venomous, I should say. Um, what's the difference? Poison is something you ingest. Venom is something that is uh, like venom is something that's injected into you. So what's the difference? Like mushrooms are poisonous; they aren't venomous. Snakes are generally venomous, not poisonous, unless you eat their venom pack or something like that. Anyway, those are things that are confused a lot. But anyway, and then another thing that's confused is anti-venom versus anti-venom. It used to be anti-venom, but it's just become anti-venom. What is that? The stuff that stops your blood from coagulating, basically, if you're ever bitten by a snake or something like that. Anyway, so, and Dr. Spawn and I had done and some other students as well, um, we had done Habitat for Humanity, and so like I got to know her. She drove a stick shift car. I remember that. What did she drive? She drove kind of a nice car. It was stick shift, and she said she really liked driving stick shift. I don't know, because she said she got bored if she drove anything else. Anyway, um, and so she drove us from the Habitat for Humanity house to back to our school. Anyway, so I had like a decent group. I mean, we weren't friends by any means, and you never want to piss her off. But anyway, this fucking woman came at me like a fucking rhino. I remember how pissed off she was because Mary went to her and said that I said something I shouldn't have. So Dr. Spawn comes up to me and says, Michael, Michael, it has come to my attention that you called someone the B word. I said, no, that is incorrect, Dr. Spawn. I said, I'm here trying to catch my breath. There are 10 people around me who could have helped Mary. She chooses to single me out and give me a trash bag to help clean it up after field day. And I'm drinking water and trying to hydrate. And she says to me, it's time to clean up. And I called myself a bitch. Of anything, I had called myself a B word. I did not call her a B word. So she's like, here. And she gives me a double 45 for it. Fuck. So this was actually really interesting. I wasn't mad about it. It was my senior year, and I knew my parents were going to be pissed about it. It's like, I already haven't gotten into university. I'm sure. I don't even think I ever told them. I never told my parents I got in trouble. They found out I got my name on the board in third grade because Mrs. App, and ever since then, I just never told them I got in trouble, basically. I told them when I skipped school. I found out that that's what did you do? I went and I tried to appeal this um I tried to appeal this detention. So I went to Mr. Southwell. Like, look, I was fucking really tired after field day. It had just ended. We didn't even have a chance to drink any water. And Mary comes up to me when there are 10 of our colleagues or like our peers in school who she could have asked to help her. And I'm the only one who's like sweating like a dog there. All the other kids are like um, either didn't play the last sports or whatever. I'm like, I gave it my all out there. And she comes up to me and tells me that I need to start cleaning up. And I think I originally said to her, like, I really do. I think I did say to her, like, well, just hold on for a second like that. And she's like, no, here. And then I said to her, what do I look like, your bitch? Which is calling myself. I said, I didn't call her a bitch, which she is or was. I called myself a bitch. What do I look like? You're a bitch? Like, what do I look like? You're fucking. What is it? Like, she's like, really? I do. That didn't fly very well, Mr. Salvador. So I need to get those two um, detentions overturned. And then I think I might have not. I might have had. I don't think I ever had any other detention that really sticks out in my mind. So I would have had a perfect record at high school. Anyway, um, is that the end of your story? No, it was just I remember they had another thing, if I recall. They had detention pads and they had tardy slips. So if you didn't come to class on time, you could get a tardy slip. And like two tardy slips in a week or a month or something added up to one detention. So it was something like that. But we would get detention for the big one why people would get detention is for uniform related things. Not having your shirt tucked in was huge. What else was big? Not wearing a belt was huge. Really, yeah. So I'd always wear a belt, always wear um I'd always have my shirt tucked in. But I remember this one day I felt around my waist and I didn't wear my belt. And so what you'd have to do is blouse your shirts. You blouse our shirts so that you couldn't tell if you were wearing a belt or not, even though it would still be tucked in. Oh my god, I couldn't understand why kids didn't want to tuck their shirts in. It was just because I liked doing it. It was just like a natural fit for me. But anyway, what what else did you do? Um, is that the end of your story? No. Did you do anything else? No. Why are you telling those stories? Anyway, you want to hear the most racist thing I've ever heard? I've ever said? Really? What was it? You mean the most racist thing you've ever said is, yo, y'all niggas need to cook up some cocaine with baking powder and sell it. All the best, cone roller. P.S. No, that was not the most racist. Is that racist? Race is subjective, but I would say I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm saying it because it's fucking hilarious. It's a Chappelle show, and I would say normally it's not cool for white people to say the N word, but um, I've been really close with a bunch of like black. I have a lot of black friends. My parents are black friends, and um, I've been so close to multiple groups of black friends to be like, is it okay for me to say the N word? Really? Yeah. And have they ever given you permission? Pretty damn close, as close as any white person will ever get. Basically, I know this happens like some places where you get a white kid and a black kid who get really close, but here's why I say it truthfully, because I don't think well in Israel there's a name for well in Yiddish there's a name for black people, and it's I don't want it used anymore in a negative context. So basically, the word nigga does not have a meaning in Hebrew. And I want the word nigga in Hebrew to mean friend, also in Yiddish. Um, and also because a lot of people say that Mesopotamia area between two rivers, the Fertile Crescent, is like the start of civilization. But I come from Africa. Really, if you follow my people backwardly enough, we go from Pawnee, Chicago, depending, and to all over Europe, including Ireland and England, probably, and France and Italy and Eastern Europe, Hungary, definitely. And then if you keep following it, it goes to Israel. And if you keep following that, it goes to Africa. And so there's some still denial about a cradle of civilization location. Look, among the various cradles of civilization, ancient Egypt. Okay, scholars generally acknowledge 6 cradles of civilization. Oh, no, wait, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient India, ancient Greece, I believe, earliest in the Old World, cradle of civilization, New World, Coral, Supe, civilization, Coastal Peru, Olmec, civilization. No. That's from like cradle of civilization, Greece and Rome. No, that's wrong. We're changing this, baby. Really? Just hit now. So Africa is the cradle of civilization. I'm giving that to Africa. Really? Yeah. 'Cause it's not even included in the cradle of civilization. And Africa is the cradle of civilization. It's not even being appreciated as that. Like, formally, that's bullshit. Yellow cake. Anthony Berry, he'd be big.
The motherfucker wants some yellow cake, okay, in Africa.
Cradle, motherfucking civilization. Yellow cake would be big.
To war with Iraq, will it first have to provide evidence that Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction? So far, the UN has found nothing, but President Bush counters with this.
The nigga bought aluminum tubes.
Aluminum tubes.
I need to tell you what the
Aluminum tubes.
aluminum. They don't scare you? Man, I didn't want to say this. The motherfucker bought some yellow cake, okay, in Africa. He went to Africa and he bought yellow cake. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, bitch. I got right here. Hey.
Ridiculous. Me and Jim just coming back from Africa. Cradle of them.
It was right. Really? Hell yeah. So what's the most racist thing you've ever said? But we used to print out all of the fucking funniest shit. Oh, the piss on you? No. I remember printing out, because I used to love to make my friend, not Dan, and so I printed these things out, and we were in morning prayer, and we was doing like he hadn't seen all those Chappelle's, but we had, but it goes, yeah, it's 40 ounces of malt liquor make me want to tell you something. See me, I'm rolling all around, sitting on drugs, can't lie, I was high on drugs, cooling in my escalade, man, I'm crazy, I got it, man. Take me to your special place, close your eyes, show me your face, I'm gonna piss on it. Haters wanna hate, lovers wanna love. I don't even want none of the above. I want to piss on you. Yes, I do. I'll piss on you. I'll pee on you. Said your body, your body. There's a porta potty. He lost it. He was saying, he was reading that. When I pee, I kick like I does karate. I'ma pee on you, drip, 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 pee on you, all on you, on you, on you. You'll never quite feel the same when you get a whiff of my Hershey stains. I wanna poop on you too. I wanna pee in you too. Only thing that makes my life complete is when I turn your face to the toilet seat. He just fucking lost it. I wanna pee on you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'll pee on you. I'll piss on you. Haters wanna hate, lovers wanna love. I don't even want none of the above. I want to piss on you. Yes, I do. I'll piss on you. I'll pee on you. Won't you braid my hair? I said, won't you braid my hair? I'm gonna be a star. I'm going far. I wanna fall on you. So then there was a remix. This fucking R. Kelly was come out with remix. And so what is it? I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna hit y'all off with a little taste of the remix. Y'all ready? Here we go. I pick you up from the club, take you home, make some love. Got a surprise, close your eyes. I wanna cover you with suds. I'm gonna I'm gonna give you some poo poo. I'm gonna give you some pee pee. I'm gonna give you some doo doo. Wash it down with some wee wee. This is a remix edition. It's song about pissing. I got that king, reeking, and there's juice in the kitchen. Yeah, that's how it goes at our Kelly party. I said, piss, you drink piss. He thought that was so funny. I want to piss on you, remix. You heard? No, I'm serious. I really do want to piss on you. So, anyway, we would just, because we couldn't watch Chappelle's show while we were at school. But, so this is the most racist thing I've ever said, allegedly, right? And I was in high school. I don't say this nowadays, but I really liked this show. So I thought it was like kind of funny. So my friend was like, I used to plan my going to the bathroom once a class because it was like if I go once a class, it'll be like a break from school and I can go in there, I can fucking fap, I can fucking just sit there and do nothing. Anyway, so my friend Dan's like, where'd you one time when I went to the bathroom, I go, oh, she dropped the Cosby kids off at the pool. And he goes, what? I said, you heard me. He's like, oh my god, he laughed his fucking ass off. You never heard that? Oh my god, he laughed his fucking ass off. Yeah. Anyway, his dad was cool. We listened to the Beatles. His band is really bad. He was also into some other bands that would be big. What? He was into ska music. He was into ska music. That's one of the best band names of all time. And what else? Like MXPX, No Effects. What's MXPX? XXX? No, MX. It was a fucking band, wasn't it? It's a pop punk band. Really? Yeah. And No Effects. And he was into, not really some 41 not much, but like Green Day and some 41 and stuff. Anyway, he thought that was fucking hilarious. Or is that the most racist thing you've ever said? To my knowledge, yeah. Have you ever called a black person N-word? No. I wanted to one time. One time, my roommate was acting like an asshole, the biggest asshole he's ever been to me. He was on a drug, and he wasn't acting normally. And it got to a point where I was even calling my friend in the Midwest, and I'm like, this guy is going crazy. But I never, I didn't. Why didn't you? Well, that's just like a mean, really mean thing to say to someone. And I just, I can tell you, I've been pushed to the absolute limit, and I never called someone that. So, anyway, really, and my friend would be like, "Yeah, I was down on new medication, and I was being an absolute douche to this kid." But, yeah, was he a douche? Yeah, he was supposed to pay for rent, and he left and didn't pay for it. Now I can't really blame him because the conditions of the place had gone down, but he said he would, and then he didn't. So anyway, and he also said it was a whole thing. Anyway, is that the end of your story? Yeah. That's the most racist you've ever been in your entire life. Yeah. So I've been more racist to you. I am a big dumb cunt. Um, is that the most racist you've ever been? Perhaps, yeah, probably. I don't remember all my most racist times, but very few people are going to be like, oh yeah, this is the most racist I've ever been. Ask any of my friends. Anyway, is that the end of your story? I'm just gonna hate. Love is gonna love. I don't even know. No, Maria, Baba, I'll be kissing you. Yes, I'll be on you, I'll kiss on you. Only thing is, if I like them, who's gonna tell you, take your eternity. I'm gonna kiss on you. What are you doing? I might have to take it. I might have to drain myself. Really? I have to kiss. What is this guy doing? I don't know. Have you ever been racist against white people? I'm most racist against Jews. Really? Yeah. Why? You're hardest on the ones you love the most. Why? I don't know. I say kite a lot. Why? Because I'm like the kite, baby. Anyway, is that the end of your story? I don't know what this is. What are we doing? I'm on the phone, dog. I gotta take a shit. And there's some fucking thing. I pay to smell you. Fuck, bro. But yeah. Nigga, you smell like French fries. that. So I don't go around saying the N-word. Really? I say two things. I say, yo, y'all niggas need to cook up some. I like quote things. Y'all niggas need to cook up some baking powder and sell it. All the best, home roller. P.S. There you go. But yeah. Why? Because it's really funny. And I also say N-word when I'm singing rap songs, and they say, because if not, it's not cool to be like, oh, N-word, blah, 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 blah. Really? Yeah. But I don't go around. So I guess I use the N-word when I'm quoting people, but I don't use it in normal. And Africa is the heart of motherfucking civilization. Yeah. And I can use it because my people go back to Africa. Very few people will be like, they'll keep following their ancestry back, what I do. Because we all come from Africa. All right, that's enough of that. You're fired. Go fuck yourself. Only thing that life comes to try to tell your face my day. I'm going to say he is gonna hear. Oh, he's gonna love.
Rooms at select Disney Resort hotels. Why would you stay anywhere else?
Corrected app takes you from I wish to I wonder to I know to I did. So don't wait. Download the app today.
El Clásico on ESPN Plus. Barcelona's quest for back-to-back titles versus Real Madrid's unstoppable force. Saturday, October 28th on ESPN Plus. The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At Xchair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. Xchair has done it again with our groundbreaking LMX technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. Xchair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you can focus on the present. And from where we sit, the future still feels good. Visit xchair.com and load up on free upgrades worth up to $400 on the X3 and X-Tech, now until October 23rd.
Take a look at how Temple's playing defense. Deep. The safety is actually man-to-man, and you see every guy on the back end looking at a receiver, which tells you that's man-to-man. That's the first down line. So you're 10 yards deep, and you're going to take a back pedal, which essentially gives first down depth to SMU's receiver, Jake Bailey. You just can't do that at these. If you're going to play man-to-man on third down and 7, force the ball out of the quarterback's hands and play a little bit closer to the receiver.
What do you attribute that to? Is that not knowing where the line of the game is? What do you attribute that to?
So I think it's just the base model of how the defense is structured and played. You just get out of that look, get to something that where you're a little bit closer, a play zone underneath it. where you at least get some pressure on the quarterback and force a tougher throw.
Monday Night Football, Minnesota, San Francisco, Brock Purdy. And the Niners 5-1, shocked last weekend losing to Cleveland. Hey, Eli will be back again on ESPN2.
I think of all the games that were played last week, that one shocked me the most.
Edward Safety, whose tackles leading rusher the last 2 games, who's now falling third on the depth chart, picks up 6. I don't think anybody saw the Browns beating a Niners team that looked like maybe one of the top 2 or 3 in the NFL.
Any given Sunday, right? That's what it is. And if you go in and you take a team lightly, or you don't prepare during the week properly, not saying that's what happened, but in a lot of instances it does. In that league, anybody can get anywhere.
Patterson able to control the snap. Gets the perimeter and is upended by Moses, but not before first down.
Well, nice job of recovering. And I mean, you have to get off schedule. He's such a good athlete that he's going to make some positive plays, especially when it's with his legs. He's a big guy at 6'3", 240. Will challenge linebackers and defensive backs in the open field. And there, showing you his athletic ability as he picks up the first down.
He is not somebody you want coming downhill if you're a DB. To the air. And it's dropped by Jordan Smith, who was wide open.
It doesn't get any cleaner than that. Excellent throw by Quincy Patterson. Receivers just got to help him out. I mean, you got to help him out. Nice read. And that's right between the 8 and the 4. Got to catch it, son.
That's 3 drops now for Temple.
They look to Jordan Smith as one of their playmakers. David Martin Robinson, the other tight end. But Smith is he's the playmaker at that spot.
Here comes the blitz off the edge. Patterson on the slant. And able to complete for a first down. It's St. Beans, a gain of 11.
Nice job there. Just kind of staring down pressure and delivering. It doesn't have to look pretty. You just got to be effective.
Patterson gets the pinball back behind the line of scrimmage. It's the safety, Jonathan McGill, with the play.
Basically a single receiver route out to the outside. Play action. Nobody's there. That ball should be over the receiver's head and gone. Come back on second down. You're still 2nd and 10 as opposed to 2nd and 11, where you've lost a yard and you don't take that lead. Just throw the ball away, come back and play on second down.
Patterson so far 1 for 10, 29 yards through the air. Carries 9 yards on the ground. There's pressure off the edge. Dumps it down low. Sadie the catch. It's about a yard past the original line of scrimmage. So 3rd down. And if you're SMU, you don't really have to bring pressure. You've shown you can get home with 4.
Yeah, and when you're throwing screen passes, you don't want to turn a guy over with it, but you also want to throw it firm enough where you catch him in stride. You don't want a guy waiting.
What is left?
They were prepared to set more home runs in the postseason than Jose Altuve is. The situation, you're going to see the outfielders are going to play super deep. I mean, they're trying to cut off the doubles. That is as deep as you're going to see the
No way. They're gonna. No way. Watch what's gonna happen, kids. There's a little bit of a delay. This is gonna be big. He's gonna hit this out. Really? Yeah. How'd you know, Daddy?
This team just refuses to run over. And of course, it's Jose Altuve. The face of the franchise, the face of this run. It takes a 4-2 night to Denver City this all-important Game 5 and turns it around with a 3-run home run. Judging this for this moment, small man, plays big. He got a change up down the end, and he didn't miss it. Championship series. Yes, we haven't seen a game where it's felt like this in my opinion. So much happened in this ninth inning from the bottom half to this top half. Who knows what the bottom half's going to be like? And not just this game or this series, but this entire postseason. It's like drama. But it's one of the postseason winners of all time. Jose Altuve was 26th postseason home run. There's also it's those of this postseason. To Alex Rabbi. First row. Situation first and second. Altuve has done this 25 times in his postseason career. He's got some massive ones. That's going near the top of the list. Turns around Game 5 of the championship series. Right to the ego headshot. This is not just a pharmacist. This is not just a refill. This is not just a delivery. This is being independent together.
Fox Sports is proud to bring you this cheesy hero moment. Even today, all the quarterbacks and graduates are women. They'd go, oh, you don't look like an engineer. It's this preconception. Some things are for boys. But that was a good innovation. My goal is to really flip the script, pick something we love, and go for it. How do we live in space? How do we live on the moon? I want to help figure that out. You create a blueprint. If you can see her, you can be her.
Whenever you're hungry, there's a deal on the Subway app. Buy 1 foot long, get 50% off the Subway app today. That's a deal worth celebrating. And why don't you do it? Get it before it's gone on the Subway app. Out of the billions that have walked this globe, here we stand. Our spirits have been charged of being the pioneers of this new frontier. What a time to be alive. Hey, son, you got something on your face. You need quick shave. Quick shave? Respect the process.
See, my dad's razor. It's from Gillette Labs.
Gillette Labs?
Gillette's ultimate shaving experience. It's green bar. This is trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
On flex, this contours too.
Looking smooth.
You look even smoother.
How about we deal with some Gillette Labs?
Check the text.
You're the best.
You're the best.
Best thing you get keeps getting better.
And the next generation of shaving is Gillette Labs.
It's not too late to score at home out of the ninth and it keeps us game rolling. I'll be changing this series as our brothers come soon through the moment at 60. That's it, right? That's why it's on the top of the world. So now, it's the Rangers to against Boston. Lights out. Tough to steal off of you. Watch. Rangers have the power play. This is the type of moment they gotta get themselves in position. That's power. Takes it for the ball. Those changes the end. One for the time. Let's go. Shortstop. Diaz does the catching. Situation in the bag. His mom just gets some manager. To make sure. And now you pronounce it. Top of the order. The top of the first base. Is this the massive swing and at top of the order and Marcus Schumann. First pitch. Ball one. Defense is going to have super table brings in the blue. That brings in the signal of what they're trying to prevent is that turnover. To allow that runner on first to get a winner. Just one ball, one strike. So we have points that they never had a lead during the regular season, but it's Super Bowl 200 in the postseason. Today, particularly frustrating for him to play. Tied on his side, waiting on it first. 1-1 pitch. Second,
Oh, low tech.
from second again, that's the play. This time, he's going to check and talk to his team. He can't get to it. He's running and trying to get to it. And that's his vision. Tied and ready. Runners. One pitch. He's 35 years old, so 21. Roger Rose out there for visiting Presley. And there has been no challenge too big for Evan Carter since he got into an injury to get him to the major leagues. A week after injury, 21 years old. And he's been closer to best hitter in his month close in the major league. Now remember, he usually doesn't expand the zone, and he usually takes early. Will he subscribe to that in this first pitch? He's disciplined in the strike zone. Rangers are back to back first and second. Big difference today. Standing at third base with 2 outs. Yes, he'll go with the crack in the back.
I agree. You should type that.
Same record during regular season. Series tied at 2. 5-4 ninth inning. You foul off with the ball strike. Pitch to him right there. He fouled it off. time. All the definite hard. So the last records to working hard. 2 out, 1-2 for Presley. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's many heroes on the other side of Houston who wrestling to really tough situations that he navigates out of. Wow. They sweep the 3 games in all the time. It's one out of 5 games in.
Yoshi. Oh. Look at this man. You know? Look at this. I'm so sad for it. But I don't know. That's how to be big. Like a stir fry. Stir fry would be big. Resolution should be good. Look at this fucking Orthodox Jew. Good for you, baby. Wait a second. This guy has a thing on, doesn't he? Never in a million years.
also at the same time, there's many filters.
Is this allowed to be used in? Is it just the two of you alone in the business? So 50-50. So did you actually design this, or did you have someone else do it?
George fucked his cousin over there. This smoke your spot. Let's drink that, Matthew. Well, thanks, baby. Oh, shit. Kobe. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Show me your proof, brother.
Man, this one time I was taking a peek in a fish fire, and I was talking about taking a can of fish fire, and then we continued to pan the fish fire. There's zoom there. Really? Yeah. And then I was telling a story about being in a fish fire, and then I was just getting blood in the fish fire, and I was talking about getting my blood in the fish fire, while telling a story about being in the fish fire. Yeah? Oh, well, shut up.
She grew up with a ring of fucking for centuries, baby. It changes every day. I don't know what the fuck the university is. Hey, I've heard one motherfucker from there. I'm gonna have to be the motherfucker on there. Hey guys, just seen your beer bomb. Yo, she's like, Maggie. Mike, said what his name is. Shut the fuck up. Rabbi, please tell us about Cum Dumpster. We're all waiting. It's gonna be Shabbat. Come on. Like, we'll get there. Like, hold on. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. So, what else? I don't know. I fucking had this dream. Not like about fresh foods and pasta and things, but, I swear to God, I've seen this one. Anyway, what did you do? I had this dream. What happened? My representative died in July of 2020, and I was already a fugitive in one state. Now it's multiple states. And I made all these accusations, and I'm still right about it. I feel really, yeah, absolutely. But I guess we're gonna have a disagreement with the prosecutor's office. But no, I really did. I fucking what did I do? I had 4 facial reconstruction surgeries in a year, and then what happened? I was working as a contractor, and then what happened? I did something. What did I do? I did something. What did you do? I'm trying to think of like something. I know where it was. It was on Olive Street. But what did I say to him? My friend and I had a disagreement over how awkward. And I ran outside and asked him something. What did I ask him? I don't want to even remember. Anyway, I made all these accusations, and I had a job, and I really liked it. But I knew I was gonna lose my community card over these accusations I made, but I still think they're correct to this day. I put my life on it, but I think they're correct. At least most of them are. And the community's too fucking cowardly to stand up for themselves. Anyway, multiple communities. What did I ask him? Oh, I remember what it was. My friend was going to sign my other friend's computer, and I said he couldn't. Why? Because he wasn't Shomer Shabbat. And is that what it was? Well, then this other rabbi was like, oh, it's fine. I'm like, no, it's not. This motherfucker's not Shomer Shabbat. And then we had somebody else who was sign it. But I think there was a disagreement between my friend and I. But my friend and me, there was a disagreement. And I ran outside and I shook my. I went to my rabbi and said something about. I signed my friend wasn't I was a witness for his wedding, and I signed his paper for the state of California, which should be really important. But what did you say? I said, I think my friend was pissed off. Oh, I think he was. Yeah, because he's like, how would you let me sign his computer? And I'm like, because you're not Shomer Shabbat. And I went, and I think he chased my rabbi out the door as he was walking out, and I said, you have to be Shomer Shabbat to sign his computer. So you should be. And he said, yeah. I should hands at the end of that. Really, it was something like that. Really, yeah. Pretty sure. Anyway, why? Then some motherfucker could come by and say that your marriage is null and void, basically, and there are all these kind of loopholes. I'm really big on getting ladies gets. Why? Because you should be able to divorce your husband if you want. And within Orthodox Judaism, it's not that easy. Anyway, is that the end of your story? No. Then, like, I made these accusations there, and I sent all this stuff to people in Hollywood and all the biggest foundations in the world, and like showing them my evidence of this. And the police would come to the house, and well, I should say the police believed me and didn't arrest me. But then I had written an email. It's a very famous email, basically telling them about if you marry someone who's non-Jewish, I will kill you. And I told him how I would do it. I said either God or I will kill you. And I gave all the ways that are stated in the Talmud. And I said, you're a good lawyer, but I'm such a good lawyer that I think that if this really got out, that I could defend myself in a court of law, that me threatening your life is justified for religious reasons because, and I said this is all a learning exercise. Anyway, had you been arrested? No. That was actually before I got arrested. I was really, really suicidal. For weird reasons. It was just like all this depression was coming to me, and there was this Sunday that I was really, really depressed, and I started contemplating like driving my car to a bridge and jumping off the bridge, and I knew what bridge it would be, what one, Colorado Street Bridge, and Pasadena, California. It's like I think the second most jumped off bridge in the United States for suicide after Golden Gate Bridge because I was just a little too far away. And and then but I didn't want to. They had put up like some kind of netting there because so many people jumped from suicide. So then I like, you know what? I want to just kill myself. If like my mom had a friend of hers who killed herself. I think I didn't really talk to my mom about it that much because it was her friend Sharon, and this was like really difficult for my mom. So it was before I was married. So basically, Sharon was my mom's best friend, and Sharon committed suicide by leaving her car on in the garage, and the fumes, the carbon monoxide, ended up killing her. And so I was like, well, I'm going to do the same thing, but in the garage. And there are ways to do it. There's like a pipe you can like move from the tailpipe to the window, but it's difficult. I mean, I really learned a lot about suicide and how difficult it is to kill yourself. So then they had these things, what were they called, like out bags or something like that. It's basically like a bag you can put over your face and like pull a string or something, and you were supposed to be able to kill yourself like that, but they made them illegal in the United States, and I couldn't get it done. So then, oh my God, this is really sad. I bought, well, so then I started learning about how other ways people commit suicide. And I learned everything. I think all the major ways to commit suicide. There's harikari, there's drowning yourself, but I didn't want anything that was painful. I just wanted a quick out. I was in so much debt, and I was just incredibly depressed. But not, I would tell you, like, I wasn't really depressed. It was like someone forced me to be depressed, but I was fine, like the week before and the week after. But it was like this one day I was just very, very depressed. And ended up, I had the police here all the time, and I ended up buying, I had $3,000 left in my bank account. And I spent $800 on things to commit suicide. I bought, or something like that. It was something like that. Maybe I had 2,500 and I spent $400 on something. Anyway, I bought a helium tank. And I would learn about people who commit suicide. Like, I just didn't want to fail at it. Because you read these stories about people who like commit suicide, and they don't talk about what went well and what didn't. You only hear about people who failed. And basically, there's a company called Helium Time, and they used to have a helium tank for balloons at parties and things that they could use. And that's what I did. I bought. So I was like, okay, so all I have to do is fucking breathe a whole bunch of helium, and apparently it's like a really painless way to die. And I can't believe I'm talking about all this, but this is what happened to me. And I stand by my actions, and I stand by the accusations that I made, and I'll be able to justify them all before a court of law. And I'm proud of my actions, but it just goes to show you, like, everyone in the world had either forgotten about me or put me aside. So what did you do? I and so I learned that Helium Time had so many people who were killing themselves with these helium tanks that they changed their formula. So it was no longer 100% helium. It was 75% helium, 25% oxygen, or something like that. So you weren't able to kill yourself using a helium time tank. So it was like, okay, well, fuck. Where am I going to get enough helium to be able to kill myself? I mean, this is all really morbid, but I can say it. Like, if anybody is out there and they've ever wanted to commit suicide, I would say I completely understand. I can empathize with you. Basically, I've been through everything that you don't want to go through as a Jew. I've cut myself. I have, you know, contemplated suicide. I've allegedly, perhaps at times, maybe not eaten kosher. But every Jew thinks they've only been Shomer Shabbat and kept kosher and all those things. No one's been perfect about it. And if you think you have been, then your parents haven't been. So somebody might be like, oh, I always like Shabbat candles at a certain time, blah, 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 blah. Yada, yada, yada. It's like, okay, that's fine, but your mom hasn't. There's no one on earth who has been completely consistent doing it. Everybody's made a mistake. And it was like something like I was being challenged, though I didn't know any of this at the time. I was just like, my life is over and I'm going to commit suicide. And so I bought a tank of helium that was from it was a Sunday. I'll never forget. It was a Sunday, and I was like, my life is over. I'm going to buy everything that I need to commit suicide. I'm going to commit suicide in this room, and Alex will just find me someday, and that'll be it. I'll not have to worry about that anymore, or the embarrassment that I caused myself, or anything like that. Even though I still stand by that's the fucking stupid thing about it, is I stand by my actions. Even perhaps the face jail time, I stand by all of my actions. And I would be able to show all my actions were justified. Usually people who would be in my position wouldn't be like, fuck, mom. They wouldn't be, they'd be like, oh, I fucked up. And now it was like, no, I stand by what I did. I stand by it to this day. I would just be like, look what I sent to William Morris Agency. Look what I sent to you name an actor in Hollywood, I sent them something that has all of the justification of all my actions in it. And to every major law firm in the United States, or the world really, and every major foundation I sent out, and I put it all on camera because I thought my actions were justified, and I still do. Anyway, that's fucking smart. So then what happened? What did you do? I ordered a helium tank, and it came. Well, so I was reading about ordering a helium tank, and there are people who have there's like message boards for people who are really suicidal. And I say, if you are suicidal, call that suicide hotline. There are good people out there who will talk to you and things like that. It's like, I'll give the number for it. At least in the United States. Well, there's a thing. It's like 811 or something. I don't know. Oh, shit, I don't want somebody coming to my house. I'm not suicidal. No. Might be a few months. No, like 2 months. Anyway, no, I just don't think I'll get that way again. But it's like, I had nothing. I was just really. Okay, what is it? 988. 988 would be big. But then. Anyway, what's the other number? There's a number song. 1-800-442-HOPE. City for Rhino, the National Union, Pakistan, 27 There's a suicide hotline song though. What is it? 1-800-273-8255. Allergic anyway. When I didn't go to university, said it was suicidal, but it was not like this. I figured I'd be able to just do that. This was like, no, I'm taking steps here. I'm putting money. I only have a little bit of money left, and I'm taking action to commit suicide. Even though I didn't think I was just pushed to do this. Like, I don't know. But I ordered. I was reading about helium tanks, and everyone was like, "Don't buy helium tanks." It's just really sad stories of people would be like, "I got all ready to commit suicide, and I bought a helium tank, and they changed the formula, and it didn't die, and I looked like a stupid motherfucker." And it was just like, "Oh my god." And then they had they were like, "Whatever you do, you gotta get. If you're gonna do it, you gotta get a full tank of helium. It can't have a different formula." And so I bought a tank of helium. But then I also read, be careful if you buy a tank of helium, because many companies will not, since so many people use helium to commit suicide, they will not deliver to residential addresses. And so then what happened? Well, I was like, well, they'll never know. So I ordered it to a residential address here, because I'm going to kill myself. And it took 2 days for the helium to come, and I just so happened to have been at the Milky Way, Steven Spielberg Mom's restaurant, and Alex called me. He said some people are really talking to, and it turned out those were like the suicide prevention people. So basically, when you order one of these tanks, if they find out that it is going to a residential address, they have suicide prevention people come to talk to you. Anyway. And after that, I was just like never not suicidal anymore. But I didn't really know who it was that wanted to talk to me a little bit. I don't really know. Anyway, so I can tell you, and then I got unjustifiably arrested. I feel. Why? Because I sent an email threatening someone if they married a non-Jew that either God or I would kill them. But I said I was doing it for educational purposes, because if not, we have no freedom of speech. You should be able to. How else are you supposed to learn? And I was learning under this person, and I felt as if that's what Talmud says to do. And if you're learning Talmud, how else are you going to be able to learn but for asking a question? That's why, at least in yeshivot and shul, we have complete freedom of speech. You won't always have that in society, but within yeshivot or shul, and I also feel comedy clubs, you should have complete freedom of speech. Say whatever you want. Why? Because if not, people won't ask important questions. And so then what happened? So I'd been suicidal. Well, no, was that when you were in jail? Actually, they just took me to jail. I was in the hole for a while. Then I had to be put on a fucking 72-hour watch, which turned out to be $100, and that'll drive someone nuts. So if they put you on a 72-hour watch, it better only be 72 hours from the time that you are arrested or whatever. There better be a clock. And also, it should be, if you've been there for 24 hours, it should be reconsidered. Because some people don't need to be there, and I was one of them who did not need to be there. Anyway, I'm the one who, I went to the police station to try to tell them my side of the story. And it's all on camera, so I have no doubt people will watch this for generations to come. So that I'm being very honest about it. But basically, so I mean, but then I've been to jail as well because I missed the court date in the kitchen here for that. Anyway, but I would say all of my actions have been justified. There is no one out here who will basically tell you that they've been suicidal, that they've been to jail multiple times, and everything they've done is correct and justified. People may say, well, that's ridiculous thinking. I'm like, no, mine's on camera. No one else is on camera. People will be able to watch it and judge for themselves. And people will be like, holy fuck, the 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 justice system is fucked up. The police are fucked up. A lot of things are fucked up. Even the healthcare is fucked up. You'd be able to see it all. So then I had a dream. It was the fall of 2021. So I had a bunch of stuff on camera already. Why? Because it was like I kept having police at my door and stuff, and I kept wanting to make sure that they knew I wasn't doing anything incorrectly. In fact, on August 13th, 2021, I was actually on camera when we had a power outage here. And I have it all on camera. Nobody has themselves on camera during a power outage. It's too difficult to do usually, with the camera going the entire time. Anyway, it was like I was sending out all this information to people and no one was listening to me. It was just falling on deaf ears. Why? Because I'm poor and people don't care about poor people. If I were someone of stature, if I were a business owner, if I were famous, people would have bent over backwards to help me. But it was just no one was listening to what I was having to say. So then what happened? I um um so I had this dream, and what was it? It was more powerful a dream than I've ever had. And what was it? It was like it was my rabbi who came to me in the dream. Now he's come to me in other dreams, but that's different dream. This was almost like my rabbi was, I think, a member of Mossad. And I think Mossad has some kind of technology that I've talked about this before, but like they can communicate with you. I think it's alien technology, to be honest with you, that has been reverse engineered. Because usually when I have a dream, it's like I can't remember that much of it. I'll try to talk about it or whatever. Like I had a dream about the fucking raccoons and possums, like whatever, last night. Or I had another dream where I was living in like a place and my rabbi was living there. But it wasn't like that. It was like my rabbi came to me in a dream on behalf of the rabbis, all of the rabbis. And it was basically like this. There were all these things about the future. And I never took anybody religiously seriously. I mean, I took them seriously, but it was like I wasn't. When people would say that they had like prophetic vision or something like that, I never took any of that shit seriously. But this was different, which perhaps it was like you've always been really into ufology and aliens, but you were afraid of that stuff when you were a little kid. And I'm like, yeah. Where did this take place? I can't really tell you the setting. If anything, if it took place anywhere, it took place at my shul, and you should be, no, tell us about the dream, please. And I'd be like, right, because normal people don't just stream their whole life away. Anyway, this is really how it happened. I say that it happened with my golf swing, but it wasn't. It wasn't that. It actually started with me trying to ensure that I had evidence if the police ever needed. Like I felt that I was being accused of something that I didn't do, and or I wanted people to know my side of it. So I started recording my life. That's what um, a lot of it is on hard drives or micro SDs and things like that. Anyway, so in this dream, it was like you know what Judaism has been for what Judaism has been waiting for a long time. Right? Yeah, or like the building of the data maybe that's what? And it's like both. And you're the person who's gonna do it. And I was like, that's fucking bullshit. That's fucking ridiculous. I was like, look, I'm not even like Mashiach's supposed to be this like amazing king and stuff like that. And in this dream, it was like, you're the king of Israel. I know that's not, you know, that's not going to be realistic to you, but you're the king of Israel. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? But now you should also have to understand, I didn't cuss. I like, push perhaps, but they, within the stream, it was like, all right, I remember this. It was like, you're the funniest person I know. And I was like, I thought so. I thought it wasn't. I mean, I always think a bunch of shit is funny, but it was like, yeah. And people are going to think that you're very funny. You are, you have been really trying to like, get connected to your roots, and you know that your grandmother's grandmother is Matilda Zegelmeyer, and her last name, Zegel, is a pet name for Zazo, the chief architect of the Mishkan. You're related to that person. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, well, but isn't Mashiach supposed to be a Cohen? And they're like, your dad is. He's the most religious person on earth. He went to a religious service or to a religious facility every day for 70 years. No one else on earth has done. No Jew has done that. No Nazarene has done that. No Muslim has done that. No one has done that. And he's a big kahuna. That's his nickname, but also, just like you can follow your bloodline on your mom's side back to Zazel, your dad can do the same to Aharon. And so you're a Cohen as well. And I'm like, like, no one's ever going to see this. But this dream is like way, way more detailed than any other dream I had. They were like, wish that Mikey, please tell us the dream. This is what all this is about. And I was like, okay. They were like, you had, well, another thing, they were like, you used to ask your mom, there's a question that we had, you remember being at your grandparents' house, you would ask your mom if you knew, or she would, I remember somebody asked her, or something like this, it was the question, if you knew when you were going to die, you would get a telephone call for it, would you want to know? And my mom didn't want to know. And I always wanted to know because I prepare and plan my life. And within this dream, my rabbi, who was speaking on behalf of the rabbinate, so I'll just say the rabbinate told me, and people are going to be like, do people talk to you? Fuck no. I don't hear voices. I think people who hear voices have some mental disorders. I don't. This was in a dream. I have gut instincts, but I don't hear voices. I don't talk to God. I don't. None of that stuff. I just don't. So within this dream, it was like, well, when do you think you're going to die? And I'm like, I don't know. The rabbinate was like, you have done absolutely everything that a Jew should do and a Jew shouldn't do. You may have had forbidden foods. You may have had forbidden fruits. You may have allegedly worked on Shabbat. You may have, like everything, been blasphemous, been idolatrous, been sexually inappropriate. You may have even committed murder. Like, no, I didn't even know. But there would be like examples of everything that I had done in this, and I'd be able to justify all of my actions, but also it would be like, like basically you may have coveted a neighbor's wife, you may have not always kept kosher, But on top of that, you've now been living a life that is very religious. You're Shomer Shabbat. You have been Shomer Neviah. You had become a rabbi. You even have a video of you, and like all this was known in the dream. You even have a video of you announcing to the world that you're going to become a rabbi after you got your parents' permission. No one else has that. No other rabbi on earth has that. And I was like, okay. I mean, this was a really long dream. All my other dreams I can tell you in like 10 minutes what happened. This was a really long dream. It was, and I was like, okay. And it was like, you're a very special individual, and Israel has been waiting for you. I know it sounds fucked up. I even say it as I say it. I'm like, oh, this person's nuts. But I'm just telling you about this dream I had. That's all I can tell you. And you should be like, just keep going with the dream. Like, okay. So the only thing that I knew was like I thought I was the funniest person in the world. Like, yeah. Okay. Oh, that was another thing. Look at the dream. It was like, you know that you're the funniest person in the world. People used to tell you that when you were little kid. Like, yeah, it's true. Kids would tell me that you're the funniest person on earth, right? Or the funniest person on earth, right? But then we didn't hear it for another, like, 20 years or something. Yes, my God, should we do this, guys? Anyway. And they were like, so you've done everything that a Jew shouldn't do, and everything that a Jew should do. You've been shown for it. You've been shown the good. You've been to the mountain and back, basically. And you have the best story in world history for the world. And there was like this idea of epochs, that were like, the first epoch was the Epic of Gilgamesh. The second one was the Bible. But it all ended, and the new epic started basically December 22nd, 2012, basically, something like that, right? Yeah, I'll let you preach, perhaps. When your rabbi wrote that fucking, he wrote something, mercy, register, which should be big, saying the world's not coming to an end, but it's like a new epic. And I was always like, that's like Mayan calendar bullshit. Like, honestly, I can't even like believe that I'm talking about this right now, but Yoshi just did. You tell us this is the dream, tell us the dream. People are gonna be like, why are you talking to Yoshi? That was another thing. I never talked to Yoshi. Yoshi was a friend of mine from college, but within this dream, the rabbinate was like, look, you're gonna have a lot of downtime in this, and it'll be very funny if you are talking to someone. Just to have like a character, like they were like, it's gonna be like you're on a raft in the middle of the ocean, and you're gonna learn all about explorers and things, and you're gonna empathize with them. I remember they're like, you're gonna be hungry, you're gonna be pushed to the limit, but it's gonna be the sexiest thing on earth to women. And they were like, you're also the most symmetric. You were born the most symmetric person on earth. Like, I have scarring and things like that, but that would be seen as sexy. Chicks dig scars apparently. Anyway, I was like, they were like, you were born with like a perfect smile. Your parents have like perfectly straight teeth, and there's something like of an advanced society to them. Now I was like, this is such horseshit. They were like, you always thought it was funny that your friend Danny, uh, he knew that his parents were he was conceived of the song, or Danny was, and that I've told the story before, but and that he told your mom that story in the car one time when you guys were driving him home, and she said, um, and your mom said something like, "Well, I don't know what song was playing, but I know you were conceived on a cruise ship," and so I just thought it was cool that I was conceived in international waters. So I thought something funny. There's nothing cool that was on there. But basically, they were like, "Yeah, you always thought this was funny, but in reality, you aren't fully human." And I was like, "What? Shut the fuck up!" I was like, "This is such a weird dream." And it was like, you know about Bob Lazar, right? Like, yeah, and that there's been 64 or 65 different DNA, 65 major DNA mutations or like hybridizations or something to create what humans are. It should be more like DNA um, alterations to make humans what they are. Like basically our evolution has been um, manipulated. I'm like, yeah, and they're like, yeah, you're the 66th. I'm like, huh? This if you're like, man, this guy is lost. This guy sounds like fucking crazy. I know. You should be like, dude, just tell us the fucking story. Keep going, dude. What's this? It's an impression that I gave him. What is that? Basically, with the stream, they told me that it would be funny. Like people would watch it. Okay, so what did they say? They said in the dream I would be the best looking motherfucker of all time, funniest motherfucker of all time. But I'm already that. Um, that I would be the wealthiest person in global history, and the way that I would do that is by streaming my life. They were like, and everything that I had done in my life was very much like the movie Slumdog Millionaire, where it's like they asked him a question and he knew the answer to everything by something that had happened to him in his life. And they're like, yeah, your life is going to be like that. And we already, and it's like, they were like, he's like, so am I human? They're like, you're a hybrid. And I'm like, who are you? Like, aren't you just my rabbi or the rabbi? Like, and they're like, what is a rabbi? I'm like, I don't fucking know. A teacher in Judaism, I guess. And it was like, yeah, but more than that, it was like, I'm like, are you a fucking shapeshifter? I remember just being like, are you really human? And it was like, no. So you mean this motherfucker who lives here in Irvine used to walk to his house every day for years, or you go to his house almost every day for years, and you walk to his house at least weekly for years? Isn't human? I mean, that sounds fucking ridiculous to me, but I don't think so. I think it's some kind of reptilian. I'm like, what the fuck is a reptilian? I'm like, I don't know. It's like some kind of um, other kind of species of alien or something. But it's like he's just like a guy. He's like 5'9". He's like not like a huge reptile, dude. Like I know there's some kind of shape shifting that can go on. Basically, I know it sounds so weird and so wild, but Yoshi, like, dude, just tell us about the dream. I don't know. So they told me who the presidents were. They were like, I was like, well, can you see into the future? And they're like, yeah. And they were like, you always had a theory of how you could see in the future. And I was like, how was that? He was like, well, if you knew where every molecule, and it was something about which I always disagreed with one of my physics professors, Dr. Moon and Dr. Austin. I would say to them, if you knew where every molecule was in like a given system, like a solar system, you would be able to run a simulation and know where the speed, by knowing the speed and location of everything, you would be able to like predict the future if you had enough computational ability. And they always said you can't know velocity of a molecule, or velocity of an atom, or position of an atom at the same time. And I just refuse to believe that. And it's true, you can. We just can't think. These are guys who are really involved in QuarkNet, like digging into what a quark is, which is what's inside of it, what's inside of an atom. And I could tell you, like within the stream, where I think there are like 4 to 6 other layers that you can go more deeply than a quark. So they're just at the very threshold of learning about that. There were ways to go faster than the speed of light. I posted about them. They were like, you're not into social media, but you were one time Mark Zuckerberg's friend on Facebook. I'm like, yeah. And they're like, you're gonna be really involved in Meta. But it wasn't called Meta then. It was still Facebook. And they're like, it's gonna change names. It's gonna be known as Facebook, then it's gonna be known as Meta, then it's gonna be known as Verizon. I'm like the fucking telephone company? They're like, yeah. It's gonna have some merger at some point. There were other mergers. Disney and Apple were gonna merge. Apple wouldn't be known as Apple anymore. Eventually, they'd come out with the orange phone, which was like, or whatever it is in Grand Theft Auto. I'm like, what the fuck? All of this stuff was like very media driven. I don't know why. I'm like, but it was all like foreshadowing. They could tell me that Tim Cook would resign because I would make him look like a total ass, and why didn't I have to take over for Tim Cook? That Israel would love what I like in food, so all these foods that I have said would be really, really popular. I could kosher everything. McDonald's would be kosher in the United States, everywhere, just like it is in, well, it would be kosher like it is in Israel and in some places in Argentina. It would be, we'd all be vegan in the future. So, like, don't rip on veganism. Don't get really political into things. The future presidents would be Biden would win in 2024. He would die in office. Kamala Harris would take over. She would be there for like, I don't know, 12 years or something like that, a long time. Then it would be Stacey Abrams. Then it would be at Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. Then it would be Jeb Bush. Then it would be Chelsea Clinton. Then it would be George Prescott Bush. Then I would be president. And I would run with The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, who it was like, within his dream, it was like, yeah, and you know your family's very close with the Johnson family because my cousin is his nanny and has been for 20 years. So he's the one person I did not send one of these USB, but I sent USBs to like every major person in Hollywood. So just watch that USB. Somebody will upload it, and you can see I stand by everything that I said, everything that I sent. Anyway, they were like, you're gonna be the father of the world, like just like Abraham was. You're gonna be the father's generation. Women are going to find you irresistible, and you're gonna be able to impregnate all these tons of chicks. And basically, you're the default pick in the Christmas drawer. I'm not gonna get into all of that, but basically, the like people would be able to buy my sperm someday, allegedly. And it's like, what the fuck? This is the craziest fucking dream I've ever had. It was like everything that you've said in the past has taken. Like I made all these predictions when I was in law school, I said that Five Eyes was spying on American citizens. Snowden would later say that. I said to my friends, even when I was in college, Donald Trump's going to be president, and he became president. I said that we would be at war with Iran. That's the only thing that didn't take place, but we did. We had a proxy war with Iran. And I know two girls, Fumbles and what's the other girl's name? Do you have a nickname for it? What'd you say? On Edge girl. One of the On Edge girls, this twin I know. I told them both that would happen. But and I'd be like, I would be skeptical of this. I look at just because you said those things would happen doesn't mean any of the other shit would happen. But I know I didn't know any of this until fall of 2021 after I got out of jail. It wasn't just like after I and they were like, you're gonna have to go to jail again. Mashiach is supposed to sit in jail, and so I did. I had to. I was there too long. Anyway, but they were like, there are all these things. Like the number 8 is going to be my number, and all of the TV shows that we watch. Seinfeld would have a bunch of spin-offs. Like Daniel would get a fucking show. Kramer would get a show. George might get a show. Like Jackie Childs would have a show. The Office would have The Farm and The Warehouse as spin-offs. Like Family Guy, we'd have in Israel Mishpocha Mensch, which would be really big. I would be like a Mr. Rogers for Israel. And I even said that to someone once, that that's what I wanted to be. But it was like, it was really specific, all these things in this June. Skynet would be big. I might even call, they were like, you listen to Coast to Coast all the time, right? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, Israel's going to love Coast to Coast. And you're going to actually call in. I'm like, because I've never called in. I said this people crazy. And so then they're like, you're going to call in, you're going to make predictions. And they're like, everything that you do throughout this, you're gonna be pushed to the edge. You're gonna think that you're gonna be homeless, but it's gonna be really sexy to Rebecca note. And they're like, you even know what the Rebecca note is. No one knows what the Rebecca note is. What is it? It's just all the Rebeccas in the world. You're the person to unite them, and you know that they're more powerful than the rabbin. Yeah. Why? Because they're the chicks. Children come from them. They make the rules basically. When all is said and done within a house, and they're like, you're also going to create a shul where you're going to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. And how is that going to be? You're going to do it before 2048 for Israel's 100th anniversary, and you're going to take the Al-Aqsa Mosque and you're going to cut it out like a cookie cutter, and it's going to travel the world to the major Islamic ports, and then it's going to eventually have a home in Philadelphia. And it's like, Philadelphia. And it was like, because Muslims are going to like the fact that they will have a place of worship in the world. Okay. It was like, and you want to know when you're going to die, right? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, you're not. I was like, what? They're like, through mind uploading technology, people will be able to live perhaps indefinitely. And you're the first generation that's really going to experience this. Also, the electric car is going to become really big. Specifically on Shabbat, you're going to get things really organized for people with the smart home. And like setting timers and all these things, it's going to all become like, we're going to move into really into the future. And there's going to be, what you do for society is going to be bigger than your Apollo program with all of the developments. You're going to be on Shark Tank, and you're going to sell this phone holder. Like, nobody knows more about phone holders than you do. And it's going to be the biggest Shark Tank product in global history, because people will be able to use this thing for hundreds of years. Basically, screens are going to be really big, like flat screens, and we're going to need something to hold them. It was like they told me, like, you're gonna be the first person to wear a black hat in your ID photo. You're gonna have to steal your dad's identity to be able to pass the credit check, so that you can get Verizon wireless um, data plan. However, you're not going to be able to always pay for it. It's going to get expensive. You're going to be very poor in this. But they were like, you're eventually going to be the richest person. And like, they were like, um, and throughout all this, it was like, or it might not happen. But you don't really have a choice. It's like, you're going to stream your life. You're going to run into all kinds of issues when it comes to connectivity. And people are going to see, but you're going to improve connectivity. You're going to improve things in Africa a lot. Because you really care a lot about Africa and Antarctica. You're going to travel like all over the world, and you're going to just stream your life, and people are going to be really interested in it. And you're going to have more children than any person in global history. You're going to have more sex than even Wilt Chamberlain. By far, you're going to knock his 20,000 out of the water. You're going to have what's called two-a-days. You're going to have sex with somebody, with a chick in the morning and in the evening. And women are going to do everything they can to have your children, because you're like very raw. You're like out there. You're like, you have no, this picture, not that picture, but like the other one. Anyway, anyway, um, there would be like changes in the United States. Puerto Rico would be the next state, and then followed by Guam eventually, and like some Marshall Islands or some shit like that. California would eventually break off from the United States and become its own country. The Carolinas would eventually become one state. The Dakotas would become a state. You would become vegan, and your kids would never eat any meat. You would you know that, like, you always felt like animals like you could communicate with animals. Not that I like talk to animals or anything like that, but like you thought that you could like sense that animals sense when people are around, like you can connect with them. And the same is true for plants. Plants have souls. Um, Basically, what else? I can tell you, like, the university is going to be the biggest university in global history, but it's because of some Miriam's, not because of the university. That that Princeton would be better than Harvard and Yale, but Yale would eventually be better than Harvard, and Stanford would be better than all of them. And then Yeshiva University, you would be the flag football coach. And then, but really, Hebrew University would be big, but really the big one would be Teflon. Really, yeah. And they would start studying this immediately, because no one knows about them. It's like the MIT of Israel. So it would be like huge. Like I can tell you, like, the biggest schools in the future would be, so the best school, I already put them out there. The best school of the 20th century is the university. The 21st century would be split between Stanford and Yeshiva. So Stanford until 2050, and Yeshiva University thereafter. Then it would be, I think, Hebrew University from 21 to 22. From 22 to 23, it would be Teflon. From 23 to 24, it would be Simcha Miriam's for like their DNA, like for like, I don't know, there's something about my DNA. I'm an MC1R Jew. Nobody knows what that is. What is that? An MC1R person. We can take like extra pain. Basically, it's some kind of genetic mutation. And people don't know. They're like, you know what your own haplotype is. Like, no one knows that. And I'm like, okay. How do you know that? Like, I just researched it. Anyway, they'd be like, Mashiach could have been super, like, you refer to yourself as super Jew. I'm like, yeah. Like, you could have either been very, very, Mashiach like it would have been like they pulled all of the rabbits and the reduction of the world, and then like, would you want Mashiach to be someone who grew up in fucking Jerusalem and like grew up very orthodox, or would you want the opposite? Somebody who experienced all the other things and then came back to Judaism and had all of the characteristics that you would want from Mashiach, and that was a much better story that they had, apparently. So that's what I am. It was like you're going to teach the world all kinds of things. You're going to get assassinated. I thought you were going to die. You weren't going to die. You're going to fake your own death. When you're president, you're going to get assassinated, like Kevin Spacey's character in Game of Thrones, or House of Cards. And at that point, you'll be able to live a normal life. Because I always say, I just want to live a fucking normal life. I just want to have my wife and kids and just live a normal life. They're like, you're going to have a lot of children with a lot of different women. And that's not what you want. You want to have just one wife and one family, just the way that you feel like it should be. But it's okay because basically you're going to populate the earth. And so, like, when in that Family Guy where they have all those random Robin Williamses, and they're all like Robin Williams, but they're just a little different characters. That's how it's going to be in the future. They're all going to be like your DNA. And the fucking Georgia Guidestones, those would be true. Those languages would really be big, but like the world population would be under 800 million, and already there's something to that. Like there aren't 8 billion people on Earth. A lot of people died during the pandemic, but like also they've just lied about what population is for a long time, and there aren't that many people on Earth. And so like what else? Well, it was like, what that Dr. Rosen said during the Disclosure Project, how there would be an asteroid like scare, and then eventually it would be an alien scare. All of that's going to happen, and then there's going to be a global government, and you're going to be the UN Secretary General before you're president of the United States, and you'll also be president of Israel. It was like the Herzogs, or prime minister of Israel. The Herzogs would be, as president of Israel, would be like some guy in the Herzog, some guy in the Herzog, some guy in the Herzog, right? Which is how it would be. I would tell you like all these places that would be big, like Herzog Winery would be really big. Where would you get married? I would actually get married here in Irvine, where my friend Ben and Alana got married. It would just be like a simple wedding, but that's what my wife would want. It would have been like, what could we have afforded if we never hit it big? Who's your wife? Well, she's a Rothschild, and do you know who she is? Yeah, but you don't want to say who she is. No, I've said it before. I have a video of me outside of a courthouse, basically screaming her name. I love her a lot, and I have both of the videos of her. And it would have been absolutely. I have it outside my shul. I have one outside my shul. Who's crap? Really? Yeah. It's like you. The startup for which you work would be sold for $1 billion to Match.com. You would impregnate the girl with whom you dated from Match.com. He was a psychologist there from any university. You would take care of everybody's family, anyone you ever knew, and basically there are a lot of people out there who are Jewish, but they don't know it. They're like crypto Jews, and crypto Jews would be big. It would be like, that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where Johnny Depp is like sinking and then walks onto the dock. That's exactly what's going to happen. You're gonna just basically barely make it, or you're not, or this is all for naught. But they were like, I'm like, well, why can't you're gonna be the person to lead, like in the future. You're gonna be the person driving the like USS Enterprise or whatever it would fucking be in Star Trek or something. You're gonna be like the Captain Picard, Captain Kirk about that bitch. Like people would trust you because of what happened. I'm like this was the craziest fucking dream I ever had. They're like, you know how you don't talk to any of your friends anymore? Like, yeah. They're like, Ghost is gonna come back into your life, and Gary's gonna come back in your life, and Amanda's gonna come back in your life, and you guys are gonna pick up chicks. And you're gonna teach Jewish boys how to holler at girls, and there's like human growth hormone is gonna be big. You're gonna have an 18-inch dick. Eventually, the meter wouldn't be that important. It would be just 18 inches would basically be like a foot or like a meter because of the size of your dick. You're going to be 6'6", and women are going to be like 6'5" in the future, but people wouldn't be able to be taller than that. So if you're 6'6" or taller, you're going to die. But that doesn't mean we won't be able to revivify you. And that's what Mashiach would always do, like revivify. It was always a discussion that you'd be able to revivify the dead. And I was like, this is so fucked up. Like, they're like, remember that conversation you had with your Rabbi at Rosh Hashanah when you asked her if Israel, because Israel's like kind of a democracy, not really, it's not. It's like a representation of the country, but they say it's a democracy. Okay, so it was like, you know how you asked her, is Israel going to be a monarchy in the future? And she said, why? Because of Mashiach. And I said, yeah. And she said, asked Rabbi. And so I asked him, and he said, yeah. He actually said, no, it would, well, yeah. He said, yeah, but he said it would be a theocracy with the Sanhedrin. And you're going to be the new son of the Sanhedrin. They're going to have a seat for you. And you will contact them throughout this journey, and you know nothing's going to happen until everything happens. And all of a sudden, everyone in the world is going to know who you are, except your parents aren't going to know. That's very funny to people, and no one's going to tell them. They're going to have to put like a gate on your parents' community and in other places too, in Irvine, so that because there's going to be all of this hubbub, basically, and you're gonna like they told me like my colors would be, they would change. I'd have like orange and black and Halloween, but yeah. The holidays would eventually not be, they'd be Jewish holidays, but we would change the calendar to be, it'd be 365 and a quarter days of the year, but each week, I've already put it out there, each week would be 10 days. Everything would work on a decimal system, basically. Be much easier working in 10s than in 6s. They were like, you're going to have more data online than any person, and then this is going to be hosted on Amazon eventually, and people will be able to watch it, but there'd be like a secret way to watch it. Anyway, you're going to have a bunch of accounts that are canceled, and it was like, or it's not going to happen. But it's like, if anybody ever sees this, that's what the stream was. You should keep playing stream. I'd be like, okay, so Skynet would be really big. I'd have a plug to Skynet in my bedroom. Basically, I could just unplug Skynet whenever I wanted, because that's the only way to stop it. So basically, Skynet would be built on Samsung. It would run operating system would be Microsoft. It would be powered by Siemens, by nuclear power. It would be other software would be Salesforce. It would be really big. Anything else? Like Jews would use Apple products. Apple would be really, but it would be like, it would create like two cultures, basically Apple and Android. And Apple products would get really a lot more expensive. It would be like people would take out like mortgages to get a phone. People would take loans out to go to Disneyland. I would be Disneyland's rabbi, which is what I was going to do. Disneyland would expand to Long Beach, and they'd have like the Queen Mary and like all the Catella would change street names. Like, you've heard me have dreams before, and I never have this deep of knowledge about things. I would become really good friends with what I call the ROTHSCHILD. I'd be the head of them. I'd be like really good friends with the Hearsts and the Gettys, and of course the Rockefellers. Ariana Rockefeller, I'd fuck all the time, allegedly. Really? Yeah. I would call her stupid hot. She's stupid hot. Um, my wife though would be known as the one. That was her nickname. I had nicknames for a ton of people. I would live like all over the world. I have houses. They would put a black fence around my house in Pawnee, where I would rebuy my parents' house in Granger, and I would like basically, but I didn't want to do it until the family that lives there, their kids had graduated from school, because I didn't want to have them. I always had a dream that I would go when I was a millionaire someday and just be like, all right, how much you want for this fucking house? This bitch is mine. And she was like, no, I didn't want them to have to change schools, their kids. Anything else? They'd have to put a gate around, like a guard shack gate around that house, or around Better Hills. Um, I would have $1 billion impact on the economy of Pawnee, where I would be as big as the athletic teams, like in impact that very quickly, and then it would even be bigger. The Sunflower Miriam would build a giant um, uh, hospital someday, and it would do all this in like gene research. Mendoza would actually be the business school of Sunflower Miriam, and it would just in the Mendoza, what it's currently known as, it just be known as College of Business Administration. Um, and Tom Mendoza would donate the school to Sunflower Miriam. Um, and all I did, it was like all of this would just get me back to what you wanted to do, which is just go fishing with Yosh at the lakes of um, at the lakes of the university. Anything else? Um, global warming would be a thing, that's climate change, but more so global warming, not so much man-made, like a lot of blame would be put on that, but just because the Earth goes through heat cycles and things, so I'm always been a conservationist and environmentalist at heart, but they even like told me like, the $1,000 fine along the river if you litter, it would be that hasn't changed in almost 40 years. It would be much more like $10,000 if you litter, and people would be really good about picking up their litter and stuff. I would win the Masters. I'd win 2 Masters. As an amateur, I'd be the first Masters champion as an amateur. It was like, how the hell am I going to do all this with my parents not finding out? They'd be like, that's the funniest part of it. They lived their life, and we'd be able to manipulate the media so that their IP addresses didn't see anything that had to do with you. And you would actually like dress up as like someone who worked at Costco or like as Santa Claus, and your mom would be at the mall, and she wouldn't know that it was you at Costco. And when she walked in, you go, just like they say in Idiocracy, welcome to Costco, I love you. That shit would be real. Um, it was just the most practical. You're like, and you have no boundaries basically. You wouldn't be afraid of like shitting on family or kissing on family. And they'd be like, you're going to come up with all these inside jokes that are going to be very bad for people. What's the so that would be people in Israel would start taking lint experiments. It actually creates more blood flow to the head and you also with your mouth. And they have a packets of lint that doesn't have that's healthy for you. And so people have like liquids and smears would be like a big deal. People would use like drugs would get decriminalized and eventually like immediately marijuana and Israel becomes decriminalized. Harry Potter, Renaissance, and Eden would become the global currency someday. Bitcoin, they're like, Bitcoin's going to be good. You're going to be like
you're gonna be a trailblazer when it comes to cryptocurrencies. You're not gonna admit apparently. Oh, Bitcoin? Like, yeah, but different kind of Bitcoin. Anyway, there are all kinds of other cryptocurrencies that I'm not going to go into now. And it was like, because at the time I was living a Shalom Shabbat life, like as orthodox a life that you can lead. And it was like, yeah, but nobody really knows when Shabbat is. Yeah, and so, as you know, it could be, if we're celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day, that's the best penalty, basically. So there's going to be a huge configuration, a huge recalibration. There's going to be a huge calibration of the world into to be okay with this is Shabbat. There's going to be this thing that's right there. It's called, I call it the Zuckerberg. Basically, it would be like a thing where you could talk to other family on it, and it would tell you like what time Shabbat would be, and no one would go against that because everything would be like in the future, like self-driving cars or these sort of shit. I would see it, people would really like my voice. People would really like me. I think I win the U.S. presidency. 98% of both voters. I don't think I'd even vote for myself or something, but I'd still get 98% of approval rating. Israel would love me. British chicks would love me. Why? EDM music would be really good. House music would be really good. Techno would be really good. Huge. Humor would be really good. So that's why all of the TV shows and stuff, people would want to live their life out. They would want the future to be like living out your life. But humor would just be huge. Humor would be whatever's funniest would be huge. Anything else? Yeah, I'm not talking to Yosh, and he's not here. I just do that because if not, it would just be me talking. I think that it's funnier if there are other people in this. Anything else? That's what I found. So, if anybody ever sees this, I'll let you probably going to come true. If not, well, I try. But I really did a cool piece.
You want to mention
So what do you charge? It's $50 a month. $15.
There's a combination of subscriber revenue, there's one-time client revenue, and then we have a manager on the site.
I'd like to know how you came up with this idea.
I'll give you I post like 50 pictures every time on my feeds, and I can see consistently parents complaining about these kind of commissions that we haven't seen it on the YouTube channel like IGDA, extra. I let them turn these conversations. And it's okay. You gotta talk to this shit. You gotta talk. This is time to walk into it. How you should process. So I start taking notes. As practices, writing lessons learned, updates, strategies, honestly, educating professionals and volunteers on the list not long. And I love what you're saying. How you should process. Here's your
The two sitting here, like, I think it also is very similar. I think that there's just one problem. It's hard to get people back into something that's that long that many months at once. I feel like if it was more of like a crash course, or of course they bought it once, then they keep buying it. It's easier. You know, you get more cheap price point. But to me, I don't relate to it in this long. I wish you the best of
Like a little bit of a fear.
Do you know what a pyramid scheme is?
Yeah, it's like when you offer, you tell some, you say to somebody, do you want to get like a couple shares of, do you want to get shares of like a what do you think it is? Like a little bit of a pyramid scheme, but it's kind of a
Yeah, you've seen it.
Sure. I like that. I like that. That's how it should be. There's juice in the vegan. What the fuck happened? Look at this one. Yeah. Sucks. Not even playing anymore, I think. Maybe good. Actively good.
Realize he did. What do you call it? That hourglass image I sent you guys the other day. That was cool, yeah. That's exactly what Yannick's did. And like the egregore concept was the middle piece of the hourglass. Yes, that was the inflection point. Yeah, I was glad that you feel that. And so it was like, oh yeah, love it, of course. Let's talk about it. And it's just like, well, it's like egregore idea, bro. Positive. He could be either way, the balance of things. But I think he gets it. We're very positive. Obviously, like he's obviously like anti-Lucifer and negative stuff. But we're kind of like the opposite of that thing. Anyway, looks like it. Feels like it. We are. You guys didn't see what I was saying. White magic, I think exactly. You're correct. We are doing white magic.
What's so funny to see you guys?
Yeah, it is funny. I was like, oh shit, John looks like he's fucking spurred up. Yeah, there he is.
Oh, hello everybody.
We're here in Austin. Hey, are you going to Miami next week or right after this? Is that your plan? Did you book or no? No, I didn't book anything. I didn't book anything either. Yeah, it's fine. But bad to do. Check shit out. Hey, look at all the videos. Hey, guys. Hey, wow.
you gotta get the video.
Say hi, Dad.
Now we're gonna social press you. I go upstairs and I'd be too loud like everybody else. I'm down here. Everybody's got cell phones. Something in you.
Oh, wait, I get mine too. Yes, it's a steak party.
Snake party, let's go. Who's got the craziest snake? Who's got it? Rab's got real
Probably
snakes.
that.
Rab's got cool stuff, yeah. Rab's got a gecko. How's Gulliver, by the way, man? He's sick, right? He's sick.
It's still a hustle because he's now in the second studying process, but he has my mouth on his toes, and these are kind of good. Yeah, they are hard. He can't climb.
No,
That's not cool.
we don't like that. We really
And so, yeah, I tried now with the water bath and so on, but if it's not getting better, I have to take him again to the vet. I hope, but I think it's not that angry because it's actually sitting on.
He's supposed to, but
Can you put that on screen?
yeah, she was thinking the rat thing. That's what's kind of hate to say.
Oh no, I can't do this.
No, there's the snake, not the gecko. Yo-Yo's got a gecko as well, by the way. Some geckos eat rats. Maybe mice. Yo-Yo, your gecko has to interact with Bam's gecko. He's got to have gecko babies. Doesn't matter. Doesn't ever stop.
Number 6, that's kinky.
This is nice. Yeah. I'll take one to see that.
Sweet boy,
This is
Tell us where the car looks for that.
do you hate this cow?
Oh, your car.
We have one car.
Oh, the car itself is invisible. It's cool. I mean, our photo really sticks out because, like, the other
There's two of them.
there's two on the other side. It's nice and switchable. And when they do the downdraft or the photo, like, the shape modifies itself. Now you're only seeing photos like this. Nice. It looks really nice. People are looking at it. The whole photos are just for the photos and stuff.
Oh, it's a snake party.
I was gonna say, ooh, let me see. Oh, no way. Look at Bam's snakes. That's amazing. He's so cute. What's his name, Sylvester?
No, actually no.
Nagini?
Yeah.
He's so cute. He's crazy. This guy.
Nagini is the name of Voldemort snake.
I didn't know that. I would know. It's beautiful. It's got a good.
Nagini is actually female, but he's male.
Oh, yeah, you're hungry.
He's getting rid of that. He wants to eat a rat.
Partner?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool.
He's beautiful, this guy.
Yeah. He's sweet.
He's really like, hey. He's so cute. He's sniffing. He's smelling it. He's switching us. He's so cute. How many rats does he eat per month or per week?
One big in. I think he is actually not that hungry. Birdman, so
He's so cute.
every 4 weeks, that's a big rat.
And he's chilling.
Yeah. He's fine. He's actually literally just
Sitting and peeping.
he is not very.
That's awesome. What do you want? Let's try that. It's kind of like Rabbi in many ways. I mean, that's the ideal lifestyle. It's just sort of relaxing, fun, enjoying some emotionally labor. This is crazy.
Boys, hello. Together, that's good.
We can't see.
Getting there.
It's like the night time. Everyone is in the middle of the day here. So I'm just going to finish while I sit down real quick.
Yeah, for us, it's like mid.
It's amazing. Picture to her. Map up.
I have a juice harp as well. They're amazing instruments. I don't know what mine is. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Where's my app? Yeah.
And Gina and Zach, they took over the company. They grew the company, and they also made it sustainable. They built a factory, and they have a smoke screen. Which acts as this magic formula. There's patented utility on fat, so we built pharmacy. So it's the secret process of how to utilize the light so that it works in this manner. The take-home light is $19.99. $1.60. This year we're scheduled to do 350,000 dollars, and next year makes it great. So we should do 600,000 dollars. Right now, our split is 80% online, 20% retail. This year, our sales are 150,000. It's based on our 2% rate of
Interesting. Show me the streets, man.
Remember that time we were talking about aliens and then it was about European and aliens? And they said like this. Remember? Remember the Egyptian like fish did?
This goes beautiful. Really? It's beautiful. Don't give a shit about your show. This guy is hot as fuck. Wow, how did you have such a high body? She's hot as fuck. Does she also have his book? We are our friends. Sure. Yeah. That paint smells good. Oh.
Monday, I know Commissioner Holtz has a message for you as we start this thing. Yeah, I've already heard some of the things you were saying.
I understand that, but I did want to come up here and kind of clear the air with you because, listen, like I said, when we were back in Notre Dame, when you guys played there.
We apologize.
I used to coach at Ohio State, back in 28. I won a national championship. I love Columbus. I love all this people out here. And listen, I didn't mean to cap your ass like that. I really didn't. And I felt so bad afterwards. I told the guys the day after. I went to bed watching Matlock and I woke up the next morning and will it behold, Coach Ryan wants to beat the hell out of me. So I did not really feel about it, but I never mentioned you were you were your boy, and I just wanted to keep fight between our two pages. And listen, if you didn't get respect or you thought I was making a mockery of you in the program, I apologize and I'm sorry that we ever even got into
Happy with the show.
This girl is beautiful. A Vicky White story. Bedroom. Who's playing her? This girl is so hot. This girl might be the hottest chick on Shark Tank ever. I call her the hoe girl. I'd walk a mile just to smell this bitch fart. Starburst all pink. That'd be a thing.
Multiple billion videos. Okay, that gets it. So for you guys, I do some of this like shit in real life. So like, I will rock this shit. They're kind of sick. They're pretty good. I've already attached my fucking self to this shit. So like, I'm fucking going down with you, or I'm going up. It's been my life for 3 years. Like, cool things.
I need some sleep now because
It's only 7 a.m.
half past 6 in the morning. Yeah.
You're allowed to go sleep.
Now I need a bit of sleep. I need to bake my brownies because I'm reading. Yeah, and I have the pen and paper home tomorrow actually. Seriously, to my phone. Good night, everybody. Love you guys.
Where's my babe? You know. So like, I need aerial assistance. Of course, we'll go out here. So anything. At one of the training things I went to, I met this chick who was part of my friend group. We called her Reese. I'll tell you what her real name is next time. And like, she became like part of our like 8 or 9. We'd go out, we'd hang out, we'd drink too much. And anyway, she classmates, and then she ended up doing some media thing that some of us kind of frowned upon. Then she ended up marrying one of the Kennedys. Anyway, make a long story short now, she just got named, her name's Amaryllis, and she just got named Bobby Kennedy's campaign manager. So my question is, do I text Reese and say, hey, what's up? Bit of it. Bit of what? How you doing, man? My wife is like, my wife knows her, and she's like, are you really gonna fucking do this? And she's like, because she knows the answer, right? She knows the answer is fucking yes. Because, is that what, like, if I go down there, you miss 100% of the shots you never take, my friend. Alright. Fucking right, Yannick. Fucking right. Great. So, like, if I can work this, and I got a picture with Bobby, I might get him with a fucking, it's only just for that, yeah. No, for real, but no, like, so here's the fucking thing that I gotta have, like, as friends, I'm asking you, right, is, she doesn't, like, if I do this, all, like, remaining credibility I have with, like, a handful of people, like, outside my close friends that are, like, were in that world, is gotta go out the window because they fucking hate her. They hate her, and, like, for valid reasons. I'll give you the reason. It's because she's a bit of a bullshit artist, even for us, okay? She had all sorts of tall tales while she was down there with, like, crazy shit that we didn't believe. We're like, okay, like, who are you? Like, just weird shit, right? And then she did this, like, thing with Al Jazeera that none of us liked, that it wasn't for the reason you think we wouldn't like it. She talked about her, like, life as, like, a CIA spy and shit. She never did any of that. Okay? Like, she finagled herself from training to training to training to training to training. She actually never did the work. And that's why we didn't like her. Because she finagled her way out after using it to, like, get married to somebody and then bounce. And then talk about how she did work that she didn't actually do. Weird. Right? So, like, I know she's a bullshit artist. And I know she hooked up with a buddy of mine back in the day. Alright? So, like, I knew a bunch of shit, dude. I got her fucking cell phone. Right? So, like, she's running Bobby's campaign. And she's
What, did you blackmail her? Is that the fight?
No. I appreciate her. I have no ill will against her because, like, I always got along really well with her, and, like, I appreciated her angle. Actually, if I look at it now with a bit of retrospect, she worked that place pretty good.
So here's why I think your risk profile is low when it comes to your friends. You're not going to get a picture with Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Is like, is that past, like, other that you're going to get there? Probably, right?
She's not, there's no way. There's no way.
So
You guys should just go to fucking space on Twitter with the shaman.
Yeah. We'll get Bobby Kennedy too. We'll get one. Yeah, well, everybody's looking.
Like, I think you might as well take the shot because the probability the shot works.
Why? Like, it's wild. It's very wild. That guy was so anti-Kennedy that the Jacob guy was, like, really anti-Kennedy. I'm not anti. Like, look, I met him, like kind of in passing, and I listened to him at the Bitcoin Miami thing. When he, like, I'll give him this. He seems to be, like, very vocal that his opinions change based on, like, his growth in life. I appreciate that. That's right. It should be that.
Essentially, what's on trend? Like,
right. I mean, like, that should be a life trend, right? That should, you know, so, like, that's cool. And, like, he was the only one that gave a sound and forward, like, policy on digital assets that I like. So, like, I'm a single issue voter. That's my issue. So, like, until I hear a better option, I haven't heard Trump come out in favor of Bitcoin. Good point, dude. Is that he say whatever? Was that in that? In his wallet or something like that? Trump wallet? That's Ethereum or something. I thought he has some NFTs and stuff, right? Yeah. He's got a bunch of ETH, and well, there's also he's got a bunch of ETH people donate to him. And Bill is throwing bugs in. You're gonna fuck that. He needs it, yeah. Yeah, you know. Yeah, Kenny's he's losing like favor with people these days. It sounds like I don't know. All I have to hear about is podcasts and shit. Right, because he thinks the environmental stuff's real, and he thinks that gun control's good. And those are like two same like hobby. Yeah, seems like it. I think the gun control. I think like always we're gonna buy the truck. Look at it from my perspective. You would expect those types of things. I'm like, I gotta do my own additional research on that. So what kind of thing? We're so clever, Kenny's not. He's just moving around the environment. He's not gonna think about it. Do you really think the body moves? I don't know. That would really be confusing. This is total American.
God's fucking weirdo.
I know. We have our
Look at us, we're fine.
Well, keep my slide without an ID. Yeah.
That's my favorite conspiracy theory that the Australians are camp. I've actually read that article about me and it was a camp.
You really have to go like though, like asking you like a fucking post. If someone came at door asking about my fucking post, holy shit.
No one can like posts.
No, not you personally. I saw that online. Is that a real thing? Is that a I'm a PG guy. Alright. Not like extreme surfer people that look surf people, but like normal surfer vibes. Yeah, but I understand like what they're getting at, like the stare. I was talking with those guys. Especially the ones up in Malibu. Very sure.
Tonight, Ann Wojcicki, the billionaire founder of game-changing genetics company 23andMe, returns to the tank.
My son, who's also been watching the show all the time, if I don't come away with a royalty deal, I'll really be in trouble.